Okay, well, let's get started. I am pinch hitting for Chairman Hitchens, filling in the incredible shoes that Andy Welch left for this committee. In fact, I laid out 3 pairs of socks this morning because of the huge shoes I got to fill. Um, I wanted to start off with just some housekeeping things, just some reminders. In a few weeks, pitchers and catchers will report for spring training. Chairman Lumsden and I were talking about baseball this morning. And the first thing they're going to do is they're going to practice covering first base. The pitchers will. And it's not like they've forgotten what they're supposed to do. They've been doing it since they were in Little League. But the drill is to reinforce their role. And I would like to take just a moment to reinforce our role. It is our constitutional duty to appropriate funds for the state of Georgia on behalf of our citizens in an efficient way as possible. And so that being said, this is our role and we should take it seriously. It's going to be a very tight window today. We're only going to look at the amended 2021 budget that would allow Chairman Hitchens to put his imprint on the big budget going forward, but we need to go ahead and get this taken care of. Please keep your microphone on mute unless you need to ask a question, and we have a tight window. So please keep that in mind as we go through. And with that, let's start out with the Department of Juvenile Justice. You'll find that in your tracking sheet, section 31. In the big budget, in the big book, it's on page 218. Commissioner Oliver, are you here with us?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board of the committee. I think as always, it's an honor to be here before you today as we do the good work, not only for the Department of Juvenile Justice, but for the state of Georgia. And I know we're on a tight window, so I'll go ahead and jump right on into our budget. On tracking number in the governor's recommendations, 31.3.1 in secure commitment is utilizing existing funds to implement a 10% increase for our juvenile correctional officers in secure facilities effective April 1st. And also tracking number 31.4.1 in secure detention in the RYDCs, utilizing existing funds to implement a 10% increase for juvenile correctional officers in secure facilities effective April 1st. And how we're able to utilize existing funds, we're going to be freezing a total of 297 positions statewide, 110 that's going to be coming from the YDC and 187 from the RYDC. And after we freeze those 297 vacant positions, we will have a total of 420 vacant security positions. And I think we'll be in a good position to sustain that definitely in the amended budget and also moving forward, that's in the big budget as well. And I did it just earlier this week, but I'll give you guys a quick update on our COVID-19 numbers, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. We have a total of 420 staff. This is cumulatively since the pandemic started about a year ago now. 420 staff have been confirmed. 324 have since recovered. We still have 96 staff members out, approximately 3,000 employees that we have. We had 121 youth confirmed cases, and 108 of those have since recovered. So we have about 13 still in quarantine that have tested positive. And we've been utilizing our rapid test. As of today, we've administered 1,407 rapid tests, and we have, out of that, 1,467 have tested positive, and it's a 5% positivity rate across the board. 1,200 youth have been tested, and then 192 DJJ staff have been tested as well. And with that, that'll conclude our amended budget, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Do we have any questions from the committee? While you're thinking, I actually do. So, Commissioner, there's a couple of things. I did look back on your previous testimony that you've given before, and the retention of correctional officers, juvenile correctional officers, was an emphasis that you want to look at. and I'm thankful that we can do the 10%. How effective do you think this will be? I know there's a lot of turnover with those. And secondly, we're pulling this money internally from positions that we have that we need to fill. Are we pulling money away and you will have jobs that you can't fill? I want to make sure that we don't uncover that. You indicated maybe that you felt like you were okay. I want a confirmation on that.
Yes, sir. And so I'll answer that. I think it was a two-part question. So, earlier this year, we did an employee engagement survey. We sent out a survey to our current employees, as well as we do exit interviews. And during the employee engagement survey and the exit interviews, the number one reason why people are leaving or people are staying or looking for other jobs are pay, benefits, and compensation. Number two was, I think, was centered around workplace stress, which is the environment they live and the ability to be able to pay their bills. And three was opportunities, and then right behind that was kind of like a culture piece in which we're currently working on. And so I think with the 10% increase utilizing the existing funds, I think it'll put us in a very good position to help recruit and retain some of those employees. Just give a quick example. I know we pressed for time. Give a quick example. I take for instance, our Rockdale RYDC, for example. We share a driveway that goes right by Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. And in Rockdale County Sheriff's Office, I think they're starting their jailers in that correctional facility about $35,000, $34,000 upwards until I think they max out somewhere close to 50. And so they're going right past that, going to our Rockdale RYDC, making roughly $27,000. And so I think it'll make us definitely competitive. And looking at the numbers, to answer the second part of your question, I think we're going to be in a good position. The numbers are kind of skewed right now as far as our population due to COVID. Currently, we have roughly about 914 youth in secure commitment. And so with that number, I feel confident that we can sustain freezing these vacant positions and keeping our existing staff. And when I look at the vacant positions that we'll have total throughout the state, which is 420, ideally, I would love to have all 420 filled and be fully staffed for the whole fiscal year. But the reality of that, we're still going to have some people turn over, but hopefully that our turnover rate won't be as high as it is right now. And so I think we'll still be in a good position to sustain and provide the level of security and our common function with those frozen positions and still implement the 10% increase.
Thank you for that. In past testimony, it was my understanding that the JCOs had a lot of turnover, and there was also a lot of turnover with the social services programming coordinators that fulfills the other part of your mandate in rehabilitation of the youth. Are they included as part of any raise? And have you been successful in retention in those key employees as well?
Yes, sir. So there's four classes really that we do continuing hiring, and that's our JCOs, the juvenile correctional officers, our detention counselors that you just mentioned, our clinician staff, and also our housekeepers and food service. And so those are key. During the pandemic, they were on the front lines every single day. Those are the people that, they couldn't tell where we have to feed our kids. We have to keep the facilities clean. We have to provide our mental health and counseling services. And so those are our lowest paid employees. We've spoke with the governor's office and OPB to see if we can utilize, leverage some of these existing funds as well to potentially provide those same raises to those job classes. However, we're still analyzing that to ensure that we can actually do that. As you know, our JCO is a larger group of people, and so our housekeepers and food service, if we can extend that same, and JDC, we can extend that same level of increase with the existing funds, then we would definitely take a look at that and do that as well.
So that's something that we could address in the big budget going forward. I know we're just looking now at the amended budget. So
yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is James Burchett. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go for it.
Mr. Commissioner, thanks for being here. I do have a question. With these raises, are we avoiding any type of crunch? Is it a 10% across the board? So in other words, a new employee coming in that's going to get a 10% hike, is he's not going to being paid more than someone that's been there for 5 years or 6 years, is he?
No, sir. No, sir. And what we're doing is raising the benchmark. So everybody in the JCO series will get that 10% raise, and we're working with our CFO office to make sure that there's no compression. And so it's the whole entire JCO series. So the new person coming in will be starting out at our entry level position, entry level salary, but then everybody else will be increased from there. So everybody's going to be on an even playing field. So there wouldn't be any compression whatsoever within that JCO series.
Oh, great. That's good. That's good. And as a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
in line with Chairman Perkle's question, we're avoiding freezing hiring here. Are we going to have the adequate staff to secure these juveniles for their safety and then for the safety of the public at large?
Yes, sir. Looking at our population right now, and a population count, if we can retain what we have and still able to recruit more and retain those, I think this 10% increase is definitely a shot in the arm. As it stands right now, and as it stands the last fiscal year, I think at the current level, even with freezing these vacant positions, we should be able to sustain it unless we see a significant increase in our population. After we freeze these positions, we would still have a total of 420 vacant security positions that we can fill statewide. And so I feel very confident that if we were able to fill those 420, that we would definitely be in a good position to still provide adequate safety and security for the kids in our care.
Commissioner, as a means of reinforcing the need for this, could you share with us what your turnover rate is?
Turnover rate right now, that 2020 fiscal year is 97% in the JCO series.
Wow.
Wow.
And again, going back to the employee engagement survey and the exit interviews, and as the governor has stated multiple times, the state of Georgia is number one for doing business. As we see often every day in the news, we have new businesses coming in, new industry coming in, and we're dealing with a difficult population as it is. And so when you can, go somewhere in a factory or another industry and make more money and not have to work the long hours and dealing with the population that we're dealing with, it really, it takes a special person to be in this line of work, one. And so, let me just say our entire staff does a phenomenal job of providing the service and level to our youth and our care and serving the state of Georgia. So, but this would definitely be a huge benefit for them if we were able to do this for them.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one more. I know we're crunched for time, but
One more.
Mr. Commissioner, can you give me an idea for someone starting out what this 10% would pay them, just so I understand what it is?
Okay. Yep. So right now, currently, before the 10%, the new correctional officer coming in the door makes $27,936 dollars per year. The new benchmark will be $30,729.60 per year. And then after a year, when they come on, that's part of their training initials, entry level. And then after the year, when they come on, after they've been with us, it'll be $34,144 per year, coming from $31,000 after they've been here for a year. And so I think it's going to be again, a huge benefit for the staff as far as retention and recruitment piece.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for what you have. What are you doing for the youth that are in your care, and for the examples that you provided? You could share at a later date in the big budget, as we talked yesterday about what you're doing for the youth and training them for future. And so I want to thank you for what you do and what your staff does. So thank you so much. And we turn now to the Department of Law and Attorney General Chris Carr. Are you on the line with us?
Mr. Chairman, I am. Sorry, technology got me there for a minute. I apologize profusely.
Well, here we go with your tracking sheet. It is, I put it somewhere else, but I'll let the Attorney General go and you can tell us where you are on the tracking sheet.
That sounds good. And Mr. Chairman, we're at section 33, and we'll be talking about 33.1.1 and 33.2.1. And Mr. Chairman, our two changes, let me just tell you from the big picture perspective, they are simply accounting changes. They're changes in the budget number that is being used in our budget document, but neither one of these actually has a substantive impact on our actual budget. It's just simply to more accurately reflect either money that is passing through our department or that's coming to our Department of Medicaid Fraud. So I just wanted to kind of paint that picture for the committee as I talk about these two changes. So 33.1.1, you'll see it's an increase in other funds by 21,701,787, which is to reflect historical revenues from reimbursements for legal services. So you see that amount, 21,701,787. These are other funds, Mr. Chairman. They're not state funds appropriations. They're rather pass-through funds from our client agencies when we do legal work for them to pay those bills to other parties. For example, our Special Assistant Attorneys General, or SAGs, as we call them. So that's just money that's come through us to more accurately reflect that. So this adjustment is to make sure that our budget number reflects the actual revenue that passed through our agency. In the past, the budget number has been roughly 34.35 million, but our actual revenues have been closer to 55 million. So again, this adjustment simply reflects the increased budget number to more accurately reflect actual revenues that came through the department. Similarly, in 33.2.1, you'll see an increase in federal funds of 35,342 to reflect historical revenues from our Medicaid fraud investigations. So just to remind the committee, our Medicaid fraud unit is funded 75% federal funds, 25% state funds. So our federal funds grant amount historically has been $3,633,332. But at the same time, the budget number that's been used on the document that y'all have is $3,597,990, which is that difference of $35,342. So it's an increase in the budget number that's being used, but it is not a substantive impact or change in our budget to our department. And Mr. Chairman, those are our two changes. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Do we have any questions by members of the committee? Wow, you got off pretty easy today, Mr. Attorney General.
It was a thorough explanation, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, thank you so much.
You got it.
Next, let's look at the Court of Appeals. And that is going to be in section 5 on your tracking sheet. That'll be page 56 in the big budget, or in the big book. And we have Judge Doyle with us. Judge, are you here with us?
Chairman, I'm Chris McFadden, the Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals. I understand we were scheduled for about 9 minutes from now, and I don't believe Presiding Judge Doyle is here yet.
Okay.
I have just texted her.
It's amazing how quick we're going through, Chief Justice. I'm just telling you that we are moving right on along. So we'll hold for just a second, and
I have a couple of very brief introductory remarks, which maybe there's time for now. If you
please do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Acting Chairman Perkle, members of the committee, Chris McFadden, I'm the Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals. As you know, our court has original appellate jurisdiction in most cases. So that means we have primary responsibility for assuring that in ordinary cases, rule of law is a tangible reality throughout the state. We produce the bulk of the state's case law, generally applying your policy choices to particular situations. One thing you may not realize is that Georgia is the largest state in the union with a single statewide intermediate appellate court. So Georgia business owners have a substantial advantage over their competitors in other states, such as Florida, Texas, and California, where district courts of appeals have a writ that does not run past the county line. So Georgia businesses with a hard legal question are much more likely to be able to get a meaningful answer that is true throughout the state. It is a high honor to be entrusted with that responsibility, and we are grateful to you for providing us the resources to do so effectively. I'd like to take just a moment more to mark the passing of our longtime fiscal director, Jan Kelly, with whom I believe many of you were well familiar. She was at the court for over 20 years. She was extraordinarily committed, diligent, and able. We relied on her. She kept us out of trouble, and she is greatly missed. And so I would like to introduce to you our new Director of Fiscal Services, Chris Walker. He comes to us from the Department of Corrections, where he served as Director of Strategic Planning and Management. He is doing fine work, and we are pleased to have him. And with that, Mr. Acting Chairman, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Presiding Judge Sarah Noel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I'm just going to dive right in because I know you have a big day. You will notice that on the sheets on 5.1 that there were no submitted requests officially by the Court of Appeals on September 1st when we had to put in our request to the for our budget. But we met with former Chair Andy Welch in the fall and discussed many of the expenses we had incurred associated with the pandemic, transitioning to virtual hearings like we are having today for oral argument, working from home to keep our employees safe. And so we did incur a lot of expenses, but at the time we were required to submit this at the end of August, we didn't feel that there was going to be funds distributed at this point in time. But it looks, and what I've read, it seems like things have improved or are doing well in the state, certainly staying stable, if not improving. And so Chairman Welch, or former Chairman Welch, encouraged us to submit some request to the committee. And we did that. We sent that to both of the committees, and there are 10 items. The first of which is one dealing with the salary of Judge Phipps for the indefinite future, and certainly for the next 6 months. We had a judge who has been suspended with pay. That was not something we anticipated back in August. And so this is an expense that it's a hard cost we're going to be incurring. And it is approximately $114,117. It's a rate of $757 a day. And that is our main priority. We also incurred in items 2 through 9, the IT expenses. This is for the Zoom accounts, audiovisual upgrades for handling hearings virtually, a variety of other IT related items. And if you have any specific questions about those that I can't answer today or my colleagues can't answer, we can certainly get with our IT guy and get some more details about what those are. Some of those are one-time costs you will see, and that's approximately $40,000 of one-time costs we incurred this year. And then there are a few more, approximately $10,000, $11,000 of ongoing costs that have to deal with software patches and things that continue on once you upgrade your technology. And then finally, we would ask to restore the equivalent of the cost or expense associated with 3 furlough days for our staff, making over $100,000. You may recall back earlier this year, we were cut the amount of $216,000, which the legislator stated was the equivalent of 6 furlough days for those employees making over $100,000. This fall, the court took 2 of those days and are currently evaluating when and how we will take the remainder. We were alleviated the need to take the 3rd day because we had 2 central staff employees, one of whom left to go, I believe I work at the Social Security Administration, and I'm not sure exactly where the other one left to go to, which we held open. And so, which alleviated that expense. But we also, unfortunately, have several central staff who are out for other personal reasons on leave. So that is not something we can continue to do, and we'll need to be filling those positions. And especially in light of having the additional expense with the judge being suspended, our payroll expenses are getting very tight. And as you know, or may recall, if you looked at our budget, it is primarily personnel and salary expenses. Maybe 93, 94, 95% of our budget makes up salary. So when that gets cut, it's tough. So we would ask that you would seriously consider adding back to our budget in the supplemental request a total of $273,330, which is laid out on that sheet. So thank you very much for your consideration. If you have any questions, we can answer them, hopefully, or if not, we can find the answer for you.
Okay, do we have any questions from members of the committee? So as they're thinking again, I do have one that I would like to talk about. We have mentioned in the past of how the volume of work that the Court of Appeals in the state of Georgia does, and it's an enormous volume. Have you seen through the pandemic any change in caseloads as a result of the pandemic? More or less?
I personally, I have not noticed a change at this point in time. The cases keep coming, but it could be that they were already in the pipeline before there was some slowdown with the trial courts. So it may be that we're not seeing that quite yet. I can turn that over. We can certainly look and get with our IT guy and get some statistics about where we are now and what we're seeing coming forward. Chief Judge McFadden or Vice Chief Rickman, do you see anything different or know anything more on that?
I would just echo what you said in that, as the chairman and everybody knows, there's a lag time. When there's a slowdown in the trial courts, it takes things longer to get to us. And so, I think we've been pretty steady. I'm sure we're going to see it or maybe beginning to see it, but and then when the trial courts turn their faucets back on, so to speak, then it will fire up with us. But we do have that lag time where we're dealing with appeals that were filed before.
And how about looking at it from a different angle? Can you see through the technology that we're having to use today and that you've had to use through the pandemic, less efficiencies in terms of how productive you can be? I've got to tell you that this Zoom is a little disjointed for me. I love to be able to read a room, and there's certain things that are not, we're not as efficient in doing, and I'm not as efficient in doing with a Zoom as I am in face-to-face. And I know we all can't wait for the face-to-face, but have you seen, I don't want to say that the quality of work has gone down, but any other problems related to Zoom conferencing that we have not addressed that you just can't address with technology changes? And we've got a number of small technology changes, the requests that you have, but can you talk about how easy or hard it has been in doing your work?
Yeah, I think initially there was obviously a learning curve to getting used to doing a virtual hearing. Fortunately for the Court of Appeals, though, it's, we don't take evidence. So it's just the lawyers arguing. And so I found that we could have good communication, and that there was some benefit to lawyers who don't live near our courthouse and who could, log in from Valdosta or from North Georgia, from far away. And so the virtual aspect of the oral arguments, I think, was to some people a good thing. As far as the internal working, I find that to be a little bit more difficult, but I think each chambers has done a really good job of coordinating how they continue to get their work, how we continue to communicate with our staff to make sure that we're debating the issues in the same quality way that we would have if we are face to face in an office, because I feel that same way. Sometimes I feel like I can understand an issue if I'm sitting in a room talking to someone better than I can looking at them on a screen. But I don't believe the quality of our opinions has gone down at all. I have found that some of my staff has said that they have actually kind of enjoyed, we sort of taking turns going into our chambers so that everyone can get in there and work, but not all at the same time. And so we sort of rotate around, and that gives everybody a feel of being able to continue to go to work and get the things they need. But I know that the better the technology is, the better these meetings and hearings can be.
Okay, thank you. I think my friend from Liberty County, the Reverend Al Williams, has a question. Al? Mr. Representative?
Can you hear me all right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, and thank the judges. I was a little late because you were speaking about the wonders of technology, and it took them 20 minutes to get me on. So I'm a little questionable about that this morning. But really the question I had was for you, Chairman. It was really not for, I know that, and you've answered it by allowing me to ask, because I didn't know whether we were really going to be able to do it like this or not, but it was good to hearing your voice, and good seeing these judges and knowing I can talk to them in a good setting, hopefully never differently. But thank you. That's all I had. I just wanted to know what was going to be the format.
Representative Williams, as in preparation for this hearing today, I went and looked at a lot of old public safety appropriations meetings. And that's the first time you've been called on that you didn't ask a question yet.
Well, man, no applaud, send some money.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Go ahead, Judge Joel.
Yeah, Chairman, I was going to say one of the things that I didn't mention, but I think that is kind of has been evolving and something we've been trying to work on is the budget associated with e-voting and getting that technologically available in a broader way for our judges. And especially with this pandemic and the virtual work, the need for that is becoming more and more important. And so that is something you'll see us talking about in our budget with respect to IT requests as well.
Okay, thank you. One simple question before I let you go, unless there's other questions from members of the committee. How did we arrive at the $757 a day for a fill-in judge? Is that so?
Yeah.
I as a cotton farmer and as a row crop farmer, that seems to be outside the realm. So they have qualifications that I don't. But how did we arrive at that?
So we took Judge Phipps has been a senior judge with us filling in when we have had openings or judges leave in the past, and we simply looked at his what he was paid and averaged that number to a daily figure. So it was just purely an accounting based on what the salary is, and then there is some travel per diem in there as well, since he comes from Albany in. So it's just it was just simply took the total number of days he worked and divided by those days from historical past based on the salary of a judge.
Well, thank you, Judge. Any other questions from the committee? Hearing none and seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge McFadden, is there anything else that you wanted to add before we let you go?
I cannot improve on what Judge Doyle has said.
Okay, well, thank you so much. So we have now the Supreme Court, if you'll turn in the tracking book to section 10 on your tracking sheet. And that is about page 75 or 78 in the governor's binded book. So do we have the Chief Melton on?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Perfect. I'll begin if you're ready.
Yes, sir.
All right. So thank y'all for, again, the invitation to share with you our request for the supplemental budget. We have two, and before I begin, I just want to share who's on the screen. I see Presiding Justice Namias, Justice Boggs. I see our Clerk of Court, Ms. T. Barnes, and our Director of Fiscal Services, Fiscal Affairs, Ms. Regina Jones. They've been invaluable throughout all our budget processes. Real quickly, you see that we have two requests in item 10.1.1. There is a request for an increase in services to add one new judge. We have now Justice Sean LaGrua, who has joined us as of this week. There are certain expenses that are inherent when we bring a new judge. This one's a little bit different in that we have to buy new furniture. The bulk of this request of $14,560 consists of new furniture that we have to purchase for Justice LaGrua. That is because when we moved into the new building, we had money allocated for furniture, but Justice Blackwell had his own, and when he departed, he took his furniture with him. So there's furniture that was never purchased. So $9,300 is the bulk of that $19,000 request. $14,000 request. And then you've got the robes and the garment bag and stationery and the bench plates and all the other items that go along with that. So that adds up to the $14,650. Item 10.1.2 is identified in the tracking sheet as a restoration for positions frozen. Really what this was for us, the request is for $50,776. For us, this is somewhat also related to Justice Blackwell's departure. We were able to save certain amounts of money by the gap in time from when he departed and when Justice LaGrua was appointed. And likewise for his staff, he had a term clerk position that went vacant for 2 months. And so the request for $50,776 is to restore the funds that are now necessary to pay Justice LaGrua and the term clerk. So for Justice Blackwell, we saved 1 month, and with the term clerk, we had 2 months where we didn't have to pay. And the restoration of those amounts would add up to $50,776. Those two items combined get us to the $65,336 amount that we've requested in a supplemental budget. And that is all that we have asked for. Let me address some of the questions you asked, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay. I assume that you might have similar questions to us. Our filings are down 2020 compared to 2019 by 14%. Those are new filings. We have no backlog, and my PJ points out and always urges me to point out that we constitutionally can't have a backlog. We have a two-term rule, and we don't have the option of not getting our cases out within 2 terms of court as defined by our Constitution. But our new filings are down 14%, are clearly attributable to the difficulties the courts have had in getting their cases moving. When those cases do get moving, we'll see that 14% hole being filled up, and we'll see the normal trend upward from that we would otherwise have expected to see. You are exactly right in terms of the efficiencies that trial courts struggle with as they convert to virtual processes. For our court, we have not had any downgrade in the ability to get our cases moving as we shifted to virtual. I think, as Judge Doyle pointed out, our attorneys like not having to drive to Atlanta to argue their cases. We've been able to conduct our virtual oral arguments very efficiently. But those oral arguments are much simpler than even this process that we're engaged in here with 2 lawyers arguing. We were able to conduct that and do it in a very timely manner without any problem whatsoever. If you can take the complexity of what you're doing here and add into it witnesses coming in and out, evidence being disseminated around the courtroom, objections being raised and ruled on and argued, for the trial courts, it really slows down the process. Our judge, Chang Kell, out in Cobb County, wrote a letter editorial to the Daily Report, and he explained the frequency of the use of "you're on mute." And a secondary phrase that you hear a lot of times is "you're frozen." And so it just really takes the trial courts a lot longer to get through the process, and it's going to have an impact on their ability to dig out of the backlog. But for the appellate courts, it's not going to impact us whatsoever. I'll stop right there, Mr. Chairman, and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I feel like I'm a robot. I'm trying to run, hit mute, unmute, and it's not seamless. You're doing a fantastic job with the film industry we have in the state of Georgia. You might have you handled the interactions exceedingly well on screen. So I do thank you for that. I do have a question before I open it up to the rest of the committee. In terms of 10.1.2, the increased personal services, and I understand in the changing of the judge, and we accrued additional funds that we did not have to expend, and you wanted to take advantage of those. This will be an ongoing, so it's going to be added to going forward.
Yes, these are items that have always been a part of our budget, basically paying the full salary of the term clerk and the judges. We didn't have to pay them. And so in order to make sure that that money is in the budget going forward, we need to make sure that that item is put back in.
And thank you for that. Any questions from the committee? Chief Judge, you've done a good job in explaining. Thank you. Is there anything you would like to add before we leave?
It's a pleasure working with y'all. I know you had a tough job, especially last year, and you asked for a lot in terms of cuts. I won't say we were happy to comply, but we were glad to be able to faithfully fulfill our duty to comply. And you were sensitive to the impact that would have. So I just want to say thank you for trying to strike the balance and enabling us to do the job that we are required to do.
Thank you for your service to our state. You're very kind.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we are a little ahead of schedule to our committee. Next is the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Executive Director Neil. Would you happen to be early and online?
I am early and online.
Okay, well, would you share with us the changes and what we have in your budget item, which is going to be on section 30 of your tracking sheet for our members?
Correct. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to come and share with the committee this morning. Last year, of course, we were all looking at some very difficult cuts. Fortunately, as we come before you this year, we do not have any recommended changes in our amended fiscal year 21 budget. So we don't have any changes to talk about. I am prepared, if you would like, to talk a little bit about how our agency has dealt with the pandemic and going remotely, and can share some thoughts with you there. I also have with me, of course, Taylor Jones and Judge Gosselin from CACJ, and they're sharing this time with us. So we can proceed in the manner that you would like for us to, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Please tell us first how this has impacted you, and we would like to hear from Chief Judge Gosselin and what is happening in there. So,
well, absolutely. We had been working for the last several years on replacing some legacy systems, and we were in a pretty good place, although only a small percentage of our staff was doing any remote work prior to the pandemic. We transitioned very quickly and seamlessly into remote work. As a matter of fact, within just a matter of days, we had our entire agency working remotely. It was a huge lift from our IT department, but they stepped up and did a great job and got us working remotely very, very quickly. We worked with our partners and stakeholders to transition to virtual environments for direct services, support, training opportunities. We immediately implemented some created and shared COVID-19 response guidance resources for victim assistance and criminal justice recipients. We have a lot of partners out in the field, domestic violence shelters and sexual assault centers, and our criminal justice partners in accountability courts and juvenile justice incentive grants that are providing direct services. We issued guidance from them on how to transition into a safe environment and still provide services. We coordinated with GEMA, local emergency planners, and partner coalitions to locate supplies, PPE, cleaning services for our residential providers. We transitioned our CJC funded programs such as our Juvenile Justice State Advisory Group and Accountability Court Program Committees and full counsel and support committee meetings, victims compensation appeals, hearings to all virtual environments. We provided platforms for our subrecipients to connect and share their challenges and creative approaches to service delivery. We hosted Zoom and Microsoft Teams calls, book clubs, regional directors calls. We discussed long-term financial impacts and self-care, and provided as many resources as we could for those partners out in the field. We provided specific resources and guidelines for medical forensic services and guidelines for delivering remote telemental health services. We provided our victims compensation one-on-one and victims compensation mythbuster training virtually. And in spite of all the challenges that we faced in going to a virtual environment, we were still able this past year through our Statistical Analysis Center to secure $257,000 in competitive and formula grant funds to support criminal justice and mental health and juvenile justice research projects. Our Victims Compensation Division secured a $350,000 grant for program assessment. Our Justice and Compliance Division was awarded about $3.7 million in competitive grants to provide funding to combat opioids, to provide evidence-based services for at-risk youth, and to assist with safeguarding correctional facilities. The Justice and Compliance Division.
Where did that come from, the 3.7?
From competitive grants through the Department of Justice.
Okay.
We also secured $15.8 million through the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program to prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus. The Victim Assistance Division granted out 97 awards totaling $2.8 million specifically for emergency funding to our partner agencies to meet those emergency needs caused by the pandemic. And Victim Assistance Division also secured 5 competitive discretionary grants from the Department of Justice. They received a state victim liaison grant, an enhanced training and services to end abuse and later life grant, a BJA innovative prosecution solutions for combating violent crime grant, a BJA sexual assault kit initiative, and supplemental award. And there's a total of $5 million in discretionary funds that they brought into the state in fiscal year 20. So we still were able to secure a significant amount of federal funds in spite of the very quick change in direction. We pivoted very quickly as an agency. We also completed the creation of a statewide human trafficking hotline. That's the 1-866-END-HTGA. We also was involved in changing the statewide system of delivery for human trafficking. We designed a human trafficking dashboard for law enforcement task force. We facilitated a 40-hour SANE didactic training, and our statewide human trafficking task force published a labor trafficking report. So those are some of the things that we were still able to do this past year in spite of the changes that had to take place as a result of the pandemic.
Okay, before we turn it over to Judge Gosselin, is there any questions for Director Neal?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Ballinger, yes, ma'am.
The sex trafficking hotline, what has been the utilization rate of that sex trafficking hotline?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can get that number for you. We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, I would be interested. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Chairman Ballinger. Any additional questions from the committee? Judge Gosselin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Chairman Perkle. We're glad. Of course, we are great partners with Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, but we're pleased that we were offered a little bit of time as well to talk about accountability courts this morning. You can see on 30.6 that we have the number there, which is not changed. We're not asking for anything else in the amended budget. That is operating costs for Council of Accountability court judges, and the bulk of our money that we grant out, about 30 million, is in 30.5. It's still part of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's budget. We also have some operating costs in the AOC's budget as well. So our budget is very interesting. I heard you ask some questions about how we handled the pandemic. So I thought I'd give you a little bit of information about that. We currently have 169 funded certified accountability courts in the state of Georgia that are supported by the council and their staff. Taylor is an excellent executive director and does a wonderful job. And so when the pandemic started and courts were still trying to figure out how to just even, sign a bond order under the circumstances, we were trying to figure out how to continue to serve people that are, many whom are marginalized and were needing support, and we didn't want to just ignore them. So her staff was able to quickly get together support services. We gathered information from everybody across the state that was working hard on this, and we're able to send out information. This is how to use Zoom. This is how to use whatever technology you have. These are ways to handle contacts with your participants. This is how you can maintain contact. And I think there was something with our software. Taylor can talk to that more about how that worked. But everybody pivoted and learned to do that pretty quickly. I know for our circuit up here, where we have a number of different accountability courts, we went to virtual court and we went to virtual staffing, and then we went to virtual treatment. As the numbers got better, we moved to in court for some things, especially for people who were sort of desperately needing it, didn't have the ability to use the internet like we would have liked them to be able to use it. But as numbers have unfortunately skyrocketed recently, we've had to go back to virtual court, and I think most places have done that as well. I am excited to see that Representative Gunter is on your committee. So he is a longtime judge in an accountability court and can answer any questions that the committee would have after I finish as well. So we're excited that he's there. What other questions can I answer for you, or can Taylor answer? If there are specific numbers, that would be Taylor's job.
So you mentioned that there are 169 fully funded accountability courts. And I must say that I am a big fan. I was speaking in November at a Eggs and Issues function, and we were talking about some of the successes that we have seen in the General Assembly and through the state of Georgia, and we took credit for y'all's work in terms of successes. And I was explaining to a gentleman exactly what accountability courts are and what they do, and how efficient they are in terms of spending the state's money. You provide counseling and how can I make different decisions to get back on the right track. So life skills and staying away from the people that got you in trouble, and how can I now walk straight and narrow and be a productive citizen while you are actually working? And so when I explained it to him, he said, "Oh, I had no idea." And there was a lady there that was part of the wait staff, and she heard me talking after the meeting, and she said, "I'm actually a graduate of accountability court, and it changed my life."
Yes.
And so, so some of those things. So that was a long way to get to. The 169 are fully funded. Do we have pressing needs for any additional? And also, how much skin in the game do we require for locals to emphasize that this is something that we need, it's going to benefit my community, and what contribution do we require from locals?
That's a great question. First, let me say that we had 7 new courts last year that applied for funding. We were not able to fully fund those courts. We think that they're going to be fine through this year because I'm not gonna hide this fact. Our numbers are down for new participants because people felt uncomfortable bringing them in under the circumstances. So we think that they'll be able to get through this year, but we do need to, for the fiscal year 22, we do need to think about how we're going to continue to fund those 7 courts that were not fully funded that came on board. Your second question was about local participation. And we have, since the beginning, we have always asked for a match in your grant. So in your grant proposal, you have to tell us how you're going to match a certain portion, and Taylor can give you the numbers. But the match has been important, but we have allowed waivers. And this is something, and I know you're aware of this, obviously, but Georgia is so varied in the resources that are available. Some counties have really stepped up. For instance, our circuit started accountability courts before there was state funding for it. So the county had already invested in those courts. And so they continue to do that. And we're very fortunate here in the Northeastern Judicial Circuit. But I know that in talking to other judges that run a drug court in very rural areas, for instance, Judge Weaver in the Appalachian Circuit, I mean, she talks about how those counties struggle so much and they cannot provide the kind of support that the state can. So we have to look across the state. Now we try to make sure, and we're pushing our match a little bit up this year to try to make sure that every program knows that they need to be talking to their local folks. They need to be talking to other folks about other grants that they can get so that they can proceed without relying solely on state money. But in some areas, that's very difficult. I'm just going to be honest about that. So.
If to those on the committee, if you have never been to one of the graduations of some of these, it's worth going to. It's not just for the participant, but it's also for the family. Some of these participants have never graduated from anything. They have never shown success in anything, and you could see the change in their life. And can you tell us anything about the recidivism of the latest that you've seen?
Yeah, so Taylor's going to get on with numbers for you for that. Let me just tell you about a graduation we're about to have in my mental health court where I have 2 women, one of whom has held a job for a year. She's never had a job in her life. The other one has held a job for over a year, and she hadn't had a job since she was 15, and she's now in her 40s. So those 2 women have done incredibly well, and they are so proud of themselves for what they've done and what they've accomplished and how they are taking care of themselves. So I just wanted to plug those. And this is mental health court we're talking about too, which has its own struggles beyond drug court. But I would like for Taylor to answer the recidivism question if she can.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having us today. And I echo everything that Judge Gosselin has said so far, and thank the committee for their continued support for our accountability courts. But in terms of recidivism, our rates continue to be low. They continue to be good. Most recently, we looked at 11,000 participants that were served through Georgia's accountability courts between fiscal year 13 and fiscal year 19. And we know that for an adult felony drug court graduate, after 36 months post-graduation, that the recidivism rate is only 22%. Looking at that same time frame, same pool of participants for mental health court, we know it's 18% post-graduation, 3 years post-graduation, I should say. We have other statistics I'd be happy to share with you, but those are just some of the highlights and the examples.
Thank you so much. That is any other questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman, I have a
question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Well, more of a comment, I guess. In my time serving as a accountability court judge, finding money for housing and transportation was critical for some of my folks, especially in the mental health court. They don't feel safe if they don't have a place to live, and you can't make progress with them while they're in a situation like that. So I know there's the funding that we give to them now covers a lot of the salary and some of the cost of the program itself, but there's a huge gap out there when it comes to the transportation and housing, and that's a real need. I don't know if that's anything we can take care of in my time here in the legislature, but it's something that I would love to be looking at to see what we can do, especially in the rural parts of the state. And there's also a need for housing these people in a secure location so that they're taken away from the influences that brought them there in the first place.
Taylor and I have been talking about an initiative for housing because you know how I feel about that, Representative Gunner. That's really a big need, and we're looking at something we can do going forward that will be more helpful than what we've had in the past.
Okay, well, thank you. Any other questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir. Representative Bishop.
This may be for Judge Gosselin or Ms. Jones. How are the accountability courts, and I'm sure they are, how are they helping in the current opioid crisis we're under? Do we serve some of those type offenders?
We absolutely do. Taylor can probably give you some more details, but I tell you that we have a medically assisted treatment program which offers several different drugs that are do a great job with folks who have opioid addiction. And we were a little slow to embrace that policy, but we've had great success. We have, for instance, in my mental health court, we have some people that are addicted to heroin, and they are using that medically assisted treatment to help them deal with those cravings. And it has been a great program. But drug courts across the state are working with that. Some areas, for instance, in my area, meth is still the drug of choice of most people, but I think in other areas, opioids are still a big problem. Taylor, you have anything to add to that question?
I would just say that we have been able to launch a medication-assisted treatment implementation and expansion program through the Council of Accountability Court Judges through a federally funded initiative through BJA and in partnership with CJCC. We've got a staff member that's sole job is to provide training and technical assistance to the courts as to how they can better use medication-assisted treatment coupled with the treatment interventions that you see within an accountability court to help serve that specific population within our programs.
Well, thank you, Taylor. As a follow-up, is the funding from the feds, is that sufficient to accommodate all the MAT or medically assisted treatment that you guys are now offering or rolling out?
The opportunity that we received, I believe, is a 4-year grant. We are on year 2 of that grant. And as of right now, we're getting things kicked off and we're able to grant some funds out to the courts. But I do anticipate in the future an increased need for MAT services. And that's something that we would be happy to follow up with the committee on.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Mark Montahan. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just had a quick question for the judge or whomever, but just want to know, are all participants, or rather, are all offenders able to join the program? So let me say that. So if we have somebody who applied to be in a drug court, are they automatically taken, or is there a selection process?
There is a selection process. There are qualifications for people to come in, and then there's a vetting process. So some people don't qualify for various reasons. For instance, in a mental health court, somebody might not qualify because they really don't have a severe and persistent mental illness, or their severe and persistent mental illness is too severe for us to take and put them in group treatment with other people. There are certain disqualifications and charges. For instance, we don't take sex offenders. We don't take anybody charged with the 7 deadly sin. So those are disqualifications. There may be people that have been already in an accountability court, or maybe several accountability courts, and there's a thought that they've really had their opportunity and that spot needs to be saved for someone else. So there is a vetting process through the teams and through the district attorney's office for the most part.
Okay, Chairman Ballinger.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chairman
Thank you. Judge, I just wanted to say, you know, somebody who's been on this committee for a really long time, we've kind of, you know, at first the judges weren't getting the supplement. They kind of gradually got more and more of the supplement. I think all the judges, all the Superior Court judges are now getting the supplement. Has there been any move to apply for or get the supplement for the other judges, the state court judges, the probate court judges, the juvenile court judges who also handle alternative courts?
You know, that supplement process was not done through the Council of Accountability Court Judges, Chairman Ballinger. So we have not taken a stand on that. Certainly, we would be supportive of the judges that preside over, well, all the judges that do that. And that's how that works in Superior Court. All the judges get the supplement, regardless of which one is sitting on the Accountability Court. So I see no reason that wouldn't happen, but that has not been an initiative of our council.
Why is that?
We've been busy trying to stay afloat, I think. Housing and, like Representative Gunner said, I mean, the things that have been more pressing. And honestly, I haven't had a state court judge or a juvenile court judge come to me and say, can we do this? In the 2 years that I've been the chair. So if somebody were to come to me, I'm sure we could work on that.
On the housing front, I sit on a board for Family Connection here in Cherokee County. Yes. And we have a program called Hotel to Home. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that might be able to kind of dovetail into some programs that you have. I'd be happy. I know you're down at the court. You're down at the Capitol quite a bit. I'd be more than happy to take you to lunch and chat about that program that we have.
Thank you. That sounds like a very good program. We'll look into it.
Thank you, Chairman Ballinger. Any other questions from committee?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Montana again. I had just a follow-up question to the original question I had. How are the courts coordinating? So, for example, if we had an offender who went to a drug court in Gwinnett County, then had another offense in Cobb County, are these different drug courts or mental health courts coordinating? Say, hey, this person has used their forgiveness, or is there any coordination at all?
Yes, the coordinators are in touch with each other. And we also, in our court, for instance, the public defender does a lot of reaching out to other courts where somebody has other offenses, to those public defenders to see, for instance, a lot of times if somebody has probation in another county and they'll work with them, and that probation will say, fine, you take them into your court and we won't revoke them, and it'll just be part of their sentence that they have to go to your accountability court. So there is definitely cooperation.
And to follow up with that, is there any system to track that right now outside of, let's say, GCIS, where you see the original offense?
Unless Taylor knows something, I don't know of anything. It's very hard to get statewide information about criminal offenses anyways. So usually we have it when somebody's picked up on a speeding ticket they didn't go to court for in Jefferson. And so then we find out about it and we have to go deal with it. So unless Taylor knows of something, I don't.
I would just add that, through the council in partnership with CJCC, we are able to provide case management systems for each one of our funded and certified accountability courts. So when a transfer is accepted from another jurisdiction, or a case is sent over for participation in a program in Gwinnett, say from Athens, through that referral process, there should be some documentation within that system related to that incoming participant in referral.
and Mr. Chairman, if I may have one more question, I think the context and to kind of specify here, I'm more talking about multiple offenders. So if you had a multiple offender in one jurisdiction that then got another offense in another, is there coordination between the two to say, hey, we've had this offender here in Gwinnett County, they've gone through the program, and now they're in another one, getting another second chance?
I think that is probably very specific to the area you're in and which court and which judges are involved and which coordinators. So I have had that before. I've had a talk with another judge about a particular person, and we decided the person needed another chance in a different, more structured court. So I think it depends. I'm sorry, that's not a very specific answer, but that's the best I can do right now.
Well, let's pull it now back to the budget, to amended 22-21. Is there any questions specific to that? If not, we're going to move on. Okay, well, let's move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did y'all have anything else you wanted to add?
No, we appreciate your time.
Mr. Chairman, this is Director Neal. Can I just add one thing?
Yes.
As you see, the Council of Accountability Court judges are one of our partners with 169 courts, and we're proud of these partnerships that we have, and we're so thankful for the support that we receive from your committee that allows us to continue to provide the funds for our partners around the state. Chairwoman Ballinger asked a question. I have an answer for her question. The new hotline went into effect October the 1st. And since October the 1st, we have had 111 calls to that new hotline. There are 88 referrals that have come out of those 111 calls. 150 web referrals have also come in through the website. The Child Advocacy Centers of Georgia, who mans the hotline, have added 131 active cases and have closed 15 cases since October the 1st.
Okay, thank you for that. Chairman Ballinger, did you need to follow up after the question was answered? That fully satisfy you?
Yes, that was fine. I just wondered what the utilization was, and Director Neal did a great job of answering that question. I appreciate it.
Well,
my team did a great job of getting me the information.
Okay, thank you. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you all.
We'll turn now to the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. Our friends there, Director Wigington, on your tracking sheet, 39.9, and the bound budget, it's around page 261. Do we have the director with us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, other committee members.
Good morning.
We have one request on the tracking sheet, which is listed as 39.
Go ahead, Director.
Okay. There was just some background on someone else. I'm sorry. It's 39.9.1 for a one-time request of $345,000. That will be used to replace 12 different training vehicles that we have at the center. 7 of those are passenger cars. The other 5 are trucks. The passenger cars range in mileage from 135,000 to 170, and the trucks range in mileage from 235,000 to 291,000. And that is our one-time request for the amended 21 budget, sir.
Wow, you've got a good mechanic keeping those going the way they are. 200
Yes.
and wow, that's great. Questions from the committee? Hearing none, Director, you did a very succinct job and put us back ahead of schedule. So I'm thankful for that. Now the statewide business court, Judge Davis, are you with us? We're looking at tracking sheet 5.2 and page 56, 5.2.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning to you and the committee. We have 3 requests for the amended budget. These are items, section 5.2, lines 131 to 133. If you would indulge me, I wanted to introduce you, I have you on sort of widescreen, introduce you to our new clerk, Angie Davis. She joins us from the Cobb County State Court. And we're very much a team effort here, so I wanted to make sure you had access to her as well. A little bit of background, and I promise I'll keep you ahead of schedule, but it's pertinent to the requests. I was appointed by the governor in July of 19 and formally began my term in January of 20, at which point we started building this new court. We opened for business on August 1st, but our amended FY20 budget was for startup costs. We were allocated $998,000 for that. In July of last year, we returned $119,000 of that back to the state treasury, noting that we'd spent what we felt like we needed, but that there might be some unforeseen expenses related to startup that I did not appropriately capture. I think these requests fall into those categories. The three categories relate, and I'll go in reverse order, but it's the item references the clerk of court in line 132. It's a request for $19,000. I under budgeted for Ms. Davis's salary, which statutorily is tied to the Court of Appeals clerk's salary, which fluctuates, and I under budgeted for that amount, and it increased by about $19,000, which includes the fringe cost in that number. Likewise, as it relates to rental expense, which is line 133, section 5.2, we completed our physical build out of the court in two phases. The first was Ms. Davis in my office, the chambers, and the clerk of court, which was completed in July, and that was captured in the FY21 request. The second phase related to the courtroom and the affected space in the atrium, and we now share space with the other two courts in the building, which we have responsibility for. And so our increase in rental expense captures us taking possession of the courtroom and that related space starting this month. So that sort of phase two, as I call it. And then the last category was I got an education on what it takes to get your mail delivered on Capitol Hill. So there's an item for line 131, which is our cost of having our mail delivered through the state system. And that completes my report.
To be clear, the rental expense charge is actually to the building authority, the Georgia Building Authority.
Yes, sir.
And it's because of the changes you made with starting up and your portion of the common spaces that you share with the other courts.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
One question that I have before I turn it over to the other members of the committee. It's a brand new court, and it was voted overwhelmingly by the citizens of this great state. And I know for your first 6 months, you spent on the road talking to attorneys groups, and you're talking to the Rotary Club and other civic groups in order to let them know the role that the business court would play. So since we have started, can you give us an idea of the utilization of our brand spanking new statewide business court?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I won't boil the ocean with this, although as you imagine, I probably could. I think the first 6 months has, at a high level, sort of belied some of my preconceptions as to what that experience might be like. And I think for some who had some other preconceptions, it probably surprised them as well. And talking to some of the leadership of the state, I think there was a vision that this would be a quote unquote logo court for some of the bigger public and private companies. I think we've experienced something that's entirely different. We have 20 cases that have been filed in our court Actively, we have 9, because as many people on this committee know, that there's a provision that requires all parties to agree to bring a case to business court. And so we've lost 11 of those case filings as a result of objections that have been drawn. Of those 20, only 1 was filed by a logo company, if you will. No disrespect to the smaller companies. And that was Cox Communications, and we had to dismiss that case in the face of an objection. Of the 19 remaining, those are mom and pops from Valdosta, Columbus, a couple from Macon, Henry County, Haralson, and a handful from the Metro Atlanta area. And of those 19, 14 of those have been filed by individuals into the court, which I think also belied some of the fear that this might be a court that was unwelcoming to that constituency. And by and large, I think the cases fall into a couple of categories, but the largest relates to business divorce or partners, members of small private companies that are not getting along. There's a plumbing company in Jones County. There's a fellow out in Haralson who developed ground penetrating radar, and they're arguing over that. So things of that nature that I think have surprised me a little bit in terms of what the early experience of the court has been.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Chairman Burchett.
Judge, with COVID and the restrictions for holding court, how has that impacted you all? Is your court more relatable to Superior Court, or is it more relatable to the appeals court, where you transition well into like a remote type argument?
Thank you for that question. I think the answer is a little bit of both. But we had the benefit of being set up and conceived of at the outset as a court that would entertain very much virtual hearings, largely because there's only one judge. And I knew that having to cover the whole state, it was giving the parties the option of either me traveling to where they are, them traveling here, or doing something that would be a little more cutting edge pre-COVID, and that would be more video conferencing. So from a technology perspective, from a rules perspective, and from just sort of an expectation as I traveled the state talking to folks about how this would play out, we were very much leaning towards doing a fair bit virtually in any event. So right now, while our courtroom is available, we've taken a more conservative approach and done our arguments in evidentiary hearings and trials by virtual, by Zoom. But my practice coming to become a judge, very much of it was already done via Zoom because it was much more of a national practice, and it was saving people on travel. So we were able to sort of adapt to COVID because we were conceived of in a little bit of a different way.
Thank you, Judge. As a follow-up, if I may, with the construction of your court, are you guys technologically set up so you can continue to handle just purely remote type hearings and such?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Burchett. Any other questions from committee members? Hearing none. Thank you, Judge, for being with us
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
and presenting. Next up, we have the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. Do we have the director online with us? We are a little bit early.
We should have everyone. Mr. Chairman, this is Burt Post, and I'm the district attorney for the Conasauga Judicial Circuit. I'm the budget chair for the council. But we should also have Pete Skandalakis, our executive director, online, as well as Tim Vaughn, who is the council chair and the district attorney in the Oconee Circuit, and also Chris Jones, our chief financial officer with the council.
Well, thank you for being with us. And if you would talk about the budget, also, if you would if you would mention there again, as I have talked with most of those that presenting, how the pandemic has impacted the way that you serve the state, and if we have a lot of backed up cases that we will have to address, and what we're looking at going forward. So it's not just was specifically for the amended budget, but what we need to look at going forward.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, the pandemic has affected our operations with court. We have seen a small drop off in total caseload, but at the same time, not being able to conduct jury trials since approximately last March, it has made it much more challenging to move cases. We continue to process new cases. Crime hasn't stopped. We continue to work those up, prepare those for grand jury. We've resumed grand jury operations fairly recently. We continue to provide discovery and negotiate with defense counsel and take guilty pleas. A lot of that is done by video court, which is different and takes more effort, and it just seems it's less efficiency in a lot of the activities that we do to try to move the cases, but we're still moving cases. We, in a typical year pre-COVID, only about 1% of cases are resolved by jury trial, but a number of cases are resolved by guilty plea with a pending threat of jury trial. So not being able to try jury trials has backed up cases that may ultimately be resolved by a guilty plea. We're just not able to put the pressure on people to resolve their cases. That being said, again, we are moving a lot of cases. We are pleading a lot of cases, getting a lot of work done, but we do have a backload of cases that once that dam breaks and we're able to have jury trials, it is going to take time to get caught back up, certainly. And we're hoping, at least in my own circuit right now, we're targeting March to get back in the jury trial business. We had hoped to be there already, but that's just a day-by-day thing where we look at the conditions. So moving into how that impacts our budget, I wanted to start off by thanking the committee and the legislature for how the district attorneys have been treated in the past budget-wise. Y'all have been very understanding of the situation we're in and the way our budget works. I'll point out in the amended budget, all of the changes that we're requesting are in the district attorney's section of that budget. There aren't any requests for the council itself or for the pass-through funding, the council superior court clerk's funding that comes through our budget.
So for the members, that will be 8.2.1 and 8.2.2 on your tracking sheet. I'm sorry.
Correct. Those are the two items I'll be talking about. They're all within the district attorney's budget. And we want to acknowledge and thank you that when the budget cuts had to happen in May, as a percentage basis, we didn't get cut as much as some other departments. We're grateful for that. We do want to remind you that part of the reason for that is that we are nearly 100% payroll. There are no large equipment purchases or programs that can be cut or things that can cut funding. It's all people. And I think that's why we were given the consideration we were. So when our budget got cut, all of the funding, the contingency type funding, the little bit of extra money on top of payroll for items like the two that are listed, the legal representation for elected district attorneys who are sued civilly, as well as leave payout, retirement expenses are paid out of contingency funds that were completely eliminated. And in addition to that, we were cut almost $500,000 into our base payroll budget. So we started in about a $500,000 hole that we had to make up just to cover our payroll. And we've done that with some pretty aggressive limitations on hiring, delays between an assistant DA leaving service and a new assistant DA being allowed to be hired into that position to try to build some of that back. And I'll talk a little bit more of that further, but starting with item 8.2.1, that is for the council, district attorney's budget paying for legal representation for elected DAs who are sued in their official capacity. And that amount fluctuates year to year. We base that initial request, which we will be reducing. I'll get to that in a second, but that initial request was based on our actual expenditures the last 6 months of the previous fiscal year. and looking at what litigation was pending at that time and what our kind of worst case scenario would be. Since that time, things have changed. We are going to ask to reduce that amount from the 446,000 down to 50,000. And I can go into the explanation. We had some favorable court rulings that helped out. Some of the DAs that were being sued are as of January 1st, not district attorneys any longer. And then just the general backlog or the slowdown in the civil process has pushed some of those expenses probably into the next fiscal year. But we think at this point, $50,000 would pay for all those legal expenses during the current fiscal year. And so we'd ask to reduce that amount. I can take questions on that, or I can move on to the next amount as you prefer.
Move on to the next amount if you would, and I think we're going to find out that they're pretty much a wash.
Okay. The 8.2.2 is for retirement and leave payout expenditures. As we stated in prior years, that fluctuates. In a non-election year, we usually have around $500,000 in leave payouts. In a presidential election year, which was in most of the district attorneys serve or run on a presidential cycle, that is frequently $1 million or more in leave payouts, because not only do DAs leave, but when DAs are either retired, don't run again, or are defeated, a lot of times senior staff leaves with them. This year was unprecedented in that respect. I've been a DA or been a prosecutor for 28 years. And I've never seen this many DAs turn over in an election cycle. I think we have 30% of our DAs as of now were not DAs a year ago. And as a result of all that turnover, we're projecting right now about $1.5 million in leave payouts and retirement related expenses for those elected DAs and for assistant DAs that have left with them or have just left during the normal course of the year. So as I noted earlier, we started almost $500,000 in the hole in terms of our budget process. We've aggressively tried to catch that up and taken steps to do that and continue to do that. But the $1.1 million request there would, along with our other efforts, would allow us to cover those leave payouts and expenses and a little bit of contingency at the end of the year at about 0.5% of our overall budget in terms of what we would have wiggle room at the end of the fiscal year with that 1.1 million. So if you look at our projected leave payout and the hole we started in, we have to come up with almost $2 million. About almost half of that we can come up with through our measures we're taking already. But we need that 1.1 million to cover the remaining expenses.
Okay, just to clarify, the 1.1 is now basically 1.5. Is that correct? In your request? So
no, we've not increased the request.
Okay, so that's 1.1.
We can keep it at 1.1. We're doing other things to make up the remaining difference, but we just have no wiggle room to. I wish we could come off the 1.1, but we just don't have any wiggle room to back off of that amount. So we're still asking for the full 1.1.
Okay.
But not any more than that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Pete Scandalakis, Executive Director.
Mr. Director.
Some of you may recognize me. I sit around the Capitol up there, and y'all probably say, what's that guy doing up there? But I'm the Executive Director for Prosecuting Attorneys Council. One of the things that Mr. Poston mentioned is our budget neutral hiring to try to make up that 1.1. There are some offices which are delaying hiring and therefore are understaffed. And they will continue to be understaffed for some months until we make up that difference. And so that's one reason that we need those funds. And you asked about the backlog. We did a kind of a snapshot analysis in December of the backlog of cases. And we're really looking at, when we talk about backlog, we're talking about cases that have to be on a calendar. We're really looking at thousands of cases across the state. Just for example, in the Coweta circuit, they've opened, let's see, in 2020, they opened 6,190 cases. They've only closed 3,547, which is much different than what they did in 2019. And the snapshot we're seeing across the state basically shows the same thing, that we're not, even though the overall cases are down because there aren't as many arrests, the fact of the matter is there are cases in the pipeline, either accusations or indictments, that the offices have not been able to get to, and that will create quite a surge once we open up the courts fully again, even though the courts are functioning now.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions for the Prosecuting Attorney's Council? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now into the Georgia Public Defender's Council. Is the Executive Director or the CFO on with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being with us. I wasn't sure you was going to be able to make it today, but thank you so much for being here with us and sharing. Would you please share what your contemplation is regarding what we've done through the pandemic and the changes you see coming up and what we have in the budget?
Yes, sir. Good morning to you. I think it's still morning. It's still morning. Good morning. I am really happy that I'm able to join you. I apologize. I've had an emergency with a family member since 3 o'clock this morning, and it is still continuing. So I'm able to hang out and talk to you from the parking lot of a hospital. And for that, I'm thankful that at least I'm able to do that. Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing us to present to you once again. I believe I have Terry with me, our Chief Financial Officer, and she will back me up and make sure that I don't forget anything that I need to be saying to you. Since the last time that we made a presentation to you, and that was when I just barely joined the agency. I thank Dr. Kemp for the appointment 8 months into this tenure, and I am really grateful. Since then, we have been able to make a lot of it, to achieve a lot in terms of the restructuring and making sure that we are financially stable and that we're good stewards of taxpayers' funds. We did send you an annual report. I don't have it with me here, but I hope you do have it, where we detail a lot of our achievements, and I hope you can see all of it, but I will do my best to remember the most important ones. Of significance is what we've been able to do with our budget and finance. We've been able to close out all inherited budget deficit. We have streamlined all our processes to provide better oversight. We are actually, I thank the finance team under the leadership of our CAO, Terry, for all the work that they did in about 5 months so that we could start the year in the black, and we're doing very well in that arena. We've also started a metrics and performance management so that we can align our employees' resources and efforts to meet our strategic objectives, so that we can be in compliance with our mission. We are relocating a central office from the State Bar building to 270 Washington and 7 MLK, so that we can realize the cost savings of about $300,000. We're looking for grant management, and we're looking for other sources of funding so that we can support that which you give to us, that we're very, very grateful. And so we have a foundation that we're reviving, and that will help us to seek other funds of other sources of funding. And so that leads me to what we're asking for today in the amended budget, and that I'm going to pass on to Terry. But before I say that, I just want you to please understand that our goal is to be responsible towards the taxpayers' money, streamline our efforts for cost savings, and to make sure that we are truly that safety net so that we can be part of that agency that's creating safety in the community. We want to make sure that we reduce that generational poverty of the clients who come to us. We want to provide good employee relations practices to our employees. And we're looking for funding to support. But in light of COVID-19, this has been very tremendously difficult for us to realize the savings that we thought we could realize. Because of COVID-19, we've been able to make some strides. We've established some real good telework policy, which we hope will stay with us beyond COVID, beyond the pandemic. We have been able to reduce our real estate footprint, and like I said to you, we're saving $300,000. We got cut, and we're able to stay within the allocated funding. And so because of the COVID and because of the pandemic, we have had to deal with a lot of backlogs, and our attorneys are actually spending more time talking to their clients because we have the jail full now, packed, because we've had to stop the judges have had to stop, and justifiably so, trials. And so because of that, it's increased the time that our attorneys spend in jail explaining to the clients why they are not having their hearing. And at the same time, they have to prepare for trial. I can honestly say that this has increased our caseload by about 33%. So for that reason, we're asking, as Terry explains to you, the amended budget, and the reason why we're asking them for the funds that we're asking for, so that we can prepare for when the trials start again. And when we go back in the courtroom, we're going to need those funding in order to make sure that our attorneys are ready, in order to make sure that they have the resources that they need for when trials start. And we hope that trials will start soon, very soon. I thank you all. I hope I can come back and conclude, but I am going to pass it on to Terry at this time.
Thank you, Executive Director. I appreciate your comments that your desire in leading this group is to be good stewards of the state resources, and I'd thank you for that sentiment. So Terry, if you'll take it from here.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman and committee members. I'm just going to give a brief background on our current fiscal position. GPD's budget position is strained, but it's sound. The agency has worked hard to adapt to the changes of the pandemic. We were able to avoid furloughs, and we have implemented operational efficiencies to help our clients. However, as we look to the year ahead, Georgia's justice system, we do anticipate a tidal wave of new cases. As the courts work to clear the extensive backlogs, there will be an unprecedented demand for public defender services statewide. So we are asking to restore 2 of the following funds in AFY 21. One is already in place. The governor placed $288,000 for our move to 270 Washington and 7 MLK. The cut from HB 793 was about $400,000, but when the governor put this in, this really helped us a lot. So we'll be able to finish off our lease with the state bar and then move into a government building at 270 Washington and 7 MLK. The last one is to restore the $400,000 that was cut in operational funds in our second program in the public defenders program. This will help with remote telework for our GPD staff, PPE procurement. It will increase, help us with operational expenses as well as employee reimbursements when jury trials resume this year. It will also help provide for experts for our frontline trial attorneys in the CPD offices. And those are the only 2, well, really one request is the $400,000, but we have what we need for the move. And we're moving next week. We'll be in a new building at February 1st. So we're doing this with a lot of boxes around me. I could take any.
Let me, so I wrote down the wrong number. So I thought you said restore 200,000. That was
400,000.
400,000. So the reason for this this request of increased funding is you're anticipating additional expenses when we begin jury trials again. So when are you anticipating that? One, because it's, so the fiscal year amended that we're looking on now goes through July 1. Do you anticipate having a flurry of jury trials prior to that?
Yes, some already have started. They started in October, yes.
Could
So
you give
we're-
us a breakdown of the additional costs that you anticipate having due to the backlog of cases? Just broken down. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, may I chime in, sir? So even now, before the jury trial start, we're already seeing the effects of the backlog because some of our counties actually don't have the staff to deal with what we're dealing, to deal with what's going to come, and to deal with the current effects of the pandemic. Some of our counties actually should have gotten one more staff, but when they have they told me when they have the budget cut about 2-3 years ago, they had to remove this staffing. So they're already operating at a deficit with their staff, and they're spending more time at the jail. When the trials start back up, even before they start back up, we should put ourselves in a position where we can help some of our circuits to have more staff, even if it's on a temporary basis, to deal with backlogs that they're already dealing with. And then when the trials start back up, it's just going to be on. It's going to be a lot of trials and a lot of presence in the courtroom, and we just don't have the staff to do that. May I say something, sir? When we get the $400,000 cut, it was actually supposed to be in the courtroom, but we could not even cut anyone from the courtroom, so we had to absorb that in the central office, and it has created a lot of operational impediments. We have consolidated positions. We have eliminated some positions in order to deal with it. But at the end of the day, in spite of all the cost savings that we have done in order to make sure we don't come back to you, we still need some funds. And those funds will go back to the courtroom to make sure that we don't have more backlogs than we're supposed to have.
Okay. Any questions from committee members? Hearing none, thank you so much. And I'm sorry that you were here under the adverse circumstances where you were executive director, but thank you for being here nonetheless.
Thank you, sir. I hope to see you in person in February.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now let's look to the Department of Corrections. Commissioner Ward, are you with us? I know we're a little bit early.
Yes, how are you doing this morning?
Well, I'm doing quite well. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you for having me, and thank you for giving me an opportunity this morning to present the governor's amended FY21 budget. Thank you. Okay, first we'll be on page 137 in the governor's, is it 137?
Yes.
137 item number 19.31. Is everybody there?
Yes, sir. I think so.
19.31, and that's in the probation detention center program, page in section 1, 19.3. The first item is language concerning the opening of a new 50-bed dorm at Bacon PDC. This language to move offenders and staff from other locations to support the operating expense of this dorm. Next item is 19.3.2. and that's to transfer a total of $1,505,131 from state prisons and offender management programs to cover the cost of the new residential substance abuse contract. Next item is 19.5.1, and that's in health services, and that's to transfer $3,872,000.
Oh, they put up our presentation.
Oh, they put about.
Okay, if you go to the third slide. There you go. Go back one.
Right there, 19.51. transfer $3,872,236 from state prisons to the health program to cover projected healthcare expenditures for FY21. Okay. Next slide, please.
No, go back. Go back one.
Go back one.
There you go.
No, we have from the offender management.
Yep, that's right.
Offender management, item 19.6.1 is to transfer $861,994 to the probation detention centers to support RSAC contract. This funding is due to reduced population within the county camp. Next is next slide, please. This is a state prison program of item 19.8.1, transfer savings from implementation of a new timekeeping system to the healthcare program for physical health contract expenses and to the detention center program for a contract rate increase for residential substance abuse treatment contract. And that's a total of $4,515,373. And then item 19.8.2, provide one-time funding to replace 43 vehicles for inmate transportation and 50 vehicles for state use and emergency response, and that's $3,320,000. Item 19.8.3, this is authorization. This is a real big shot in the arm right here. This is authorization to utilize existing funding to support a 10% increase for correction officers beginning April 1st, 2021. This increase will move the starting salary for a correction officer one working at a medium security facility from $27,936 to $30,730, as well as a correction officer two also working at a medium security facility from $31,040 to $34,144. Additionally, it will move the starting salary for a close or special mission correction officer working at a close facility from $31,040 to $34,144. And also it will increase a correction officer two working at a close security facility from $34,144 to $37,558. Correction officers are employed across 6 GDC programs. All officers will receive an increase regardless of their program. So every officer will receive a 10% pay raise. And again, that's a great shot in the arm for our great men and women working in these facilities during this pandemic, during this crisis time. Item 19.8.4, this is a language concerning the opening of 4 new dorms at Metro Reentry Facility. These will house over 400 additional TC beds. This language is to move offenders and staff from other locations to support the operating expense of these dorms. Next slide, please. Item 19.9.1. This item is a language concerning the opening of a new 100-bed dorm at Smith TC. This language to move offenders and staff from other locations to support the operating expenses of this dorm. And Mr. Chairman and members, that concludes my presentation of amended FY20 changes. Any questions at this time for me?
Chairman.
Yes, Chairman.
Hey, thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, my hero, thank you. I was going to bring this up in the big budget hearings, but we're running short on time. Just want to let everybody else know, because I know this is something that Chairman Allen Powell and I have been pressing for years. You showed one slide that was up there probably for 4 seconds, but it represented something that we've been trying to work on for years and years, and that was the escalating medical costs for inmates, which is just went up exponentially. And you were finally, after years and years, able to navigate that in that one 5-second slide. I think it was around $10 million in savings. But anyway, thank you for that and your leadership on everything. I don't know if people realize what a great leader we have in you, but I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you so much for those kind words.
Ms. Burkle, I got a question.
Go ahead, Chairman Burchett.
Thank you, Commissioner, for coming on today. As you know, I've been advocating for a raise for correction officers, and I'm pleased that you were able to find this within the funds we've already got. I got a question. Can you, it's a multi faceted question. Can you explain or let the committee know what the current turnover rate is? And then secondly, with the, are we freezing any hiring for this 10% raise? And then third, are we staffed adequately to both protect the inmates and the general public?
Answer, no, we're not freezing any positions right now. For correction officer turnover, we're right at about 35.5% in turnover rates. One luxury that we have right now, Representative Burchett, with the suspension of all court proceedings back in March, we've had almost a drop in population, almost 10,000 offenders. So that's given us the luxury of closing dormitories. It's given us the luxury of managing the COVID pandemic, because we have free dormitories to isolate and contain the disease inside the facilities. And also that with the decrease in population, that's given us the ability to close dormitory, which in turn closes post positions that we can create that and save that body. One of the things I want to say, first of all, we got some courageous young men and women out there. Just like any law enforcement agency around the state, around the nation, we are challenged as far as recruiting and well, not recruiting, we can recruit them, but our issue is retaining. With this shining arm of this 10% pay raise, now we're giving individuals living wages that they can take care of their families, and they can look at the Georgia Department of Correction as a career now.
Commissioner, I just want to commend you for working hard on this. This is a big ticket item for me and my district, and I know so many more representatives and for Georgia. So I appreciate what you've done here, and we're just going to continue to push to make sure that our folks have an adequate salary so they can raise a family. So I thank you very much for your leadership here, Commissioner.
And I want to thank you publicly, James, for your support of the Georgia Department of Correction, as well as Bill Workhausen. You've probably been two of the biggest staunch proponents out there, as well as Ellen Powell. So I really appreciate y'all's support.
Commissioner, I have a question that was posed to me by Representative Holcomb, wanting additional clarification why the figure in 19.8.1 is so large. And it is a big number. Can you give us a little clarification of how we achieved those savings?
One of the ways, we went last year, I pushed real hard to go to a Kronos timekeeping, which is a real-time, accurate accounting of staff members' time. The old timekeeping was, we had like a pay period lag, and basically it was kind of pencil whipping us a little bit. So right now we can better manage overtime, we can better manage staff, and kind of, if we see a person coming up on 171 as far as with a correction officer, they work on a 28-day time cycle. And anything after that 171, we got to pay time and a half. So with the electronic timekeeping that we got now with Kronos, it's real-time accurate counting, so we can know and better manage an officer who's getting up on that 171. We don't deny any overtime, but we can best manage and spread it around and make sure that we're not incurring a bunch of overtime.
Thank you, Commissioner. I must tell you, from your presentation last year, when you indicated considerable savings by going to this electronic time card, I want to apologize first for privately doubting that you could pull that off. But publicly, I want to say that I was exceedingly pleased when my doubts were completely blown away, and the savings that you've realized in that. And also just the savings as being a good steward of state resources from growing crops and feeding our inmates, and the yeoman's work that y'all did regarding COVID and protecting our Georgians that are behind bars. I do want to thank you about that.
Thank you so much. Your team really appreciate those words.
do we have any additional, Representative Holcomb, did that explain the question that you had? And if there are any additional ones?
I do have a question when you have a chance.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for the job you all are doing. And I know it's been difficult and challenging. It's always that, but especially during the COVID. A couple of questions. I have a follow-up question after this one. Believe it or not, I had another life before I came to the legislature. I was at one time a productivity consultant. Have you calculated what that 35% turnover cost you?
Not really, but it's a lot, Representative Williams. One of the things is, you know, hopefully with the 10% pay increase, you know, we can recruit them, but we can't retain them. And so not only with the 10%, we are attacking some of our frontline supervisors as far as professional development classes to make sure that a lot of times people, they leave because of money, leave because of condition, but also they leave because of how they're being treated. And so we realize that, so we're attacking that also with our frontline supervisors. But you know, the cost to train somebody, but I can get you that number, but it is a lot because of running the BCOT classes, retraining every individual, and just that continued turnover starting over each and every time.
Yes, sir. Let me say this before I ask another question. I would ask that somehow your payroll people or your accounting people put a figure to that, because there's a lot of money there that could help you with your increases and incentives, because there is a huge cost to what you put into after you train and whatever else you do to the cost. And I think we all would be quite surprised at how much it costs to be at 35%. And I see that you realize you got to address that, because it is not sustainable, because money is going that you could most definitely use in other areas. I'd like to see that number whenever you all can come up with what turnover is costing you.
Yeah, and I'll make sure I follow with you personally with that, okay?
Thank you. My next one is this morning, I read in a news release that there's a disproportionate, based on prior, amount of homicides and suicides, and that you have a serious staff shortage. And you've talked about, you address that, and pay is definitely in there, and you talked about retention, so I feel like you're working on that. But what are your plans on these homicides and suicides? And I get a lot of calls about those, and I'd just like to know, what are your plans? What do you think? Where are you?
A great question. You know, and I read that article this morning too, and it's kind of ironic. The person who recorded the article is a former employee who had gang ties that we terminated and tried to prosecute, and they quote him as a subject matter expert.
Well, he ought to know about the crime. He ought to know about the crime.
Yeah, he should know about it. And but it's kind of oxymoron. They interviewed him of all people. But one of the things, 73% of our inmate population is violent. 20% of our inmate population has a diagnosed mental health diagnosis. Last year, and if you saw my presentation on Wednesday, we've expanded out our footprint as far as it relates to mental health throughout the state. One of the things that I wanted to make sure that we had a mental health footprint at every one of our facilities, and we've done that. The violent inmate population, last year I talked a little bit about some of our evidence-based prisons. 14,103 of our guys are validated gang members. Those are guys that we can validate, but we probably got a larger number than that. And those are the individuals who cause all of our issues in our facility. All of our assaults occur between guys who have a gang affiliation or either a mental health diagnosis, and that keep that violence up. One of the ways that we're dealing with, we've got 3 evidence-based prisons, and everywhere that we've created evidence-based prisons, our assaults, grievances are almost down almost 50% across the board. And right before this pandemic hit, we had some great momentum as far as to roll out those evidence-based facilities. And now with the inception of the vaccine getting into the system, hopefully we can regain that momentum and expand out what we do as evidence-based prisons. One of the biggest things is we have a gang renunciation program, because half of the guys join gangs just for protection. So as a system, we got to find ways to give them some safe havens. And one of those ways is creating those evidence-based prisons. We make sure those guys denounce that behavior and then have a place they can go ahead and serve their time out in a peaceful manner. So those are some of the things that was some of the things we're attacking it with, evidence-based prison, and then expanding out our footprint as far as we offer mental health services throughout the system. Again, almost 20% of our offenders has a diagnosed mental health diagnosis, and another, and 73% of our inmate population is violent. So we have a very violent, dangerous population that we're dealing with every day. And listen, our staff are doing an awesome job of defending and trying to do those things to prevent it. But yes, we do have a very violent prison population.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a few questions that I would like to ask you about. I noticed in your presentation before the full budget committee, in terms of the pharmacy utilization in the prisons, it appeared to me that it is approximately 2 prescriptions per inmate. It seemed like it was just over 100,000 prescriptions, and that's about. Is that higher than normal? And what would be the average age of, is it because we have an aging population in prison, or is it because of the mental health, or is it a combination? Because that just seemed to be an inordinately. I'm 52. I don't take any medication, and
yeah, well, and one of the things that you're 52, you can get to your doctor on a regular basis. These guys, half the guys before they come in, half of the inmate population, their first experience with any kind of healthcare provider is when they get to us. Okay, we have over 13,000 plus offenders that are considered what we call chronic care, have chronic care illnesses. They either have cardiovascular disease, they have diabetes, respiratory, COPD, cancer, or HIV. And again, we do prescribe on a monthly basis over 101,000 prescriptions, and that's to treat the chronic care illnesses, including mental health and elder general medication. You know, a 52-year-old in age with us physically might be 64 or 65 because they've never taken care of themselves on the street because of drug usage or just that lifestyle. And when they get to us, they're such a dire strait, we're just trying to get a minimum level of care just to keep them sustained.
Thank you for that. Secondly, with the pay increase, and we're doing this internally, we're transferring from the savings that we're creating in other areas to basically fund the increase that is needed to retain our COs. I asked this before in another department, but I wanted to make sure that you were comfortable. We are pulling this from vacant positions. So I want to make sure that they are not going to, well, I'm getting some feedback here, that they are not going to, this is something that we're not going to shortchange you. So we're pulling this money from vacant positions, and you're anticipating not being able to pull at least a portion of these to pay for the pay raise. Is that correct?
Yes.
How about future expansion of beds? Do we need, have you seen the need for us to, and this is just something ancillary because we're looking at the 21 budget, it amended, and I'd already given specific instructions not to look going forward. But the question I had was about future expansion. Do you see that in the new?
Yes, you know, at some point, you know, I look at things in 3 buckets: people, processes, and infrastructure. And my first conversation with the governor, I was appointed, you know, he said, what's your biggest concern, Tim? And I said, our aging infrastructure. You know, I think the last, and again, we don't need to add beds, we need to replace the existing beds. I think the last time we had a prison expansion of prison bill was like in 1989. And with a more violent offender, our infrastructure is not going to be able to support that more violent offender. No, don't get me wrong. The legislature, they gave us a $18 million bond package for upgrades and keeping up our sewer system, our locking controls, our roofs, boilers and things like that. But at some point, we're going to have to, as a state, we're going to have to look at putting some replacement bed, new buildings, some new facilities in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Did we have other comments, questions from the committee?
Clay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell.
I'm not sure if I'm doing this right or not, but I've got my hand up. So can you, if I can hear, I have a couple of questions I want to ask.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Commissioner, I want to thank you and your staff for the great job you've done. I've been an advocate for years about DOC and being the unsung heroes as a department that, quite frankly, wasn't always considered for budgetary purposes being sexy, but it's also one of the most important departments of state government we have. Representative Werkheiser hit on a couple of things, but I made some notes. One, I just want to say how glad I am that the administration is seeing fit to raise the standard of living of the COs, because that directly relates to so many issues from smuggle, contraband, to everything else. But overall, I just can't give enough a word of thanks. For the benefit of some of the committee members, the commissioner was directly responsible for breaking a logjam years ago about how to deal with a lot of our infirmed inmates. And that was when the Bostic facility was opened up as a nursing home, and an arrangement was worked out with parole so that these infirmed inmates could be moved out and into a nursing home so that Medicaid would help pay for some of that expense. But question right now that I've got is that how are y'all coming along with doing an RFP on the healthcare system and the administration of that's got such a high dollar mark on your budget?
Great question, Representative Powell. I'm trying to grab my quick notes here. We put that RFP out on the street on Wednesday, was Tuesday. And we got on the street, our RFP for pharmacy is physical health is already on the street, and that's been going great. We're projecting to have that RFP back and have a new vendor in place by September 2021.
Very good. Second question, if I might, on an issue that we continue to, myself, and I'm sure there's a lot of other representatives get this from a lot of the family members, the gang violence and the innovative scheme that a lot of those gangs use about shaking down inmates. How are y'all coming with investigative services on that? And I know that whether it be smuggling of contraband or these type of things, but how are y'all coming along? Is there a need for additional funds to help to get involved in that to stop this practice?
The biggest enemy that I have, Representative Powell, is a contraband cell phone in the hands of one of these. Like I said, 73% of our inmate population is violent, and with a smuggled cell phone with a data plan, a data packet, they can just continue to do that criminal enterprise within the confines of our prison system. We are constantly, each and every day, and one of my things I talked about on Wednesday, how do we leverage technology to do the things we need to do to prevent these guys from victimizing victims all over again with those contraband cell phones. Everybody say that they got the best and greatest to prevent cell phones. What we need to do is legislatively try to block the cell phones, and we've been working with the FCC trying to do that. And we're constantly trying to leverage technologies. The biggest other threat we have is drone technology. Literally with a $5,000 drone, they can hold a payload up to 4 pounds that they can smuggle stuff, just fly directly over our ceiling of our facility, just drop it in. But we've trying to leverage technology. We do. We have probably one of the best investigative units around that constantly defend that perimeter, trying to make sure we prevent that. But right now, we're steady trying to, I guess, research the latest, greatest technology out there that's going to be a benefit to the department, but also a benefit to the state. I don't want to throw good money out the bad trying to find solutions that don't work. And that's what we're doing now. We've got a lot of test pilots out there with different technology. Nothing that I'm really excited about now, but we're still steady trying to pioneer different stuff to prevent that contraband. Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the good job that y'all are doing.
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner, there was one other question that I had. It dealt with what you talked about earlier, and you might have answered it as I was writing notes. I think you mentioned something about the population being reduced in the county correctional institutes. Why is that? Is that COVID related? Is it another relation?
Yeah, also with the suspensions of judicial hearings, we don't have the county ready integrate. A county camp placement is a very desirable placement, and you have to meet certain criteria to be placed into a county facility. And one of the things that requirements I did last year, you might remember, I made it a prerequisite that a guy has had a GED prior to him going to a county camp. And so those resources are kind of drawing up a little bit. So those numbers in the county camp are going down. One of the things that we're doing also, we talk about leveraging technology. I'm in negotiation with a analytical company that can kind of really got some software that can screen our population that can best find those suitable candidates. So we're doing that right now so we can get those numbers up. But right now our numbers in the county are somewhat low, so we have those additional funds to pull it back from the county.
Thank you so much. Any other quick question from our committee? Commissioner, thank you. You did a great job. Thank you so much for what you do for our state. So next we have Department of Community Supervision. Do we have the commissioner on with us now?
Yes, sir. I'm here, Mr. Chairman, and thank you kindly for the opportunity to present to you virtually. Joining me is also our Assistant Commissioner, Scott Maurer, and our Chief Financial Officer, Olivia Duke. One thing I also want to say to you as well as members of the committee is thank you for your continued support. Many of you have taken up opportunity to go on ride-alongs and see firsthand what we do, and we certainly appreciate it. Before I get into my one budget item, I wanted to address the pandemic. I wanted to give just compliments to the men and women of DCS who really this pandemic has not managed us. We have managed it from an operational perspective. We have had no lapse or reduction in service delivery. In fact, by pushing forward, we have found new, more efficient and effective processes that we will continue even beyond the pandemic. And I don't think that happens unless you have a workforce that is eager to accept challenges and look for new and better ways on a continuing basis. With that being said, the only item I have before you is on line 18.2.1. It is a budget increase or ask of $1,580,000 for purchase of 53 replacement vehicles. In essence, as you know, we continue to go virtual in our offices, and that had a lot to do with how we met our budget reduction. And in essence, the car is now the office for these DCS officers. We believe strongly that community supervision takes place in the field. It doesn't take place necessarily in an office. These vehicles that we were replacing have an average of 135,000 miles. They are average of 8 years old, and we spend about $6,000 a year just maintaining those. So they've been used. They've been used probably beyond their time, and so that would be our ask, sir.
So, Commissioner, are those specialized vehicles? Do we have to retrofit them for any particular? And what additional stuff we're going to put on?
No, sir. Very, very good question. Although we are law enforcement, we're not equipped with pursuit packages. That's just not our bailiwick. Some of our vehicles we have to retrofit them for cages for when we do transport to and from prison or to and from the county jail. One of the things we have found is the remote places that we go in rural Georgia, it would not be uncommon once a week to literally be ripping out an undercarriage of a car, just having to get to these places. So we have found that utilizing all-wheel drive vehicles, but also perhaps trucks with a little higher lift on them. But beyond that, there is no special requirement on these vehicles, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? For those that you didn't, and I should have mentioned, it's section 18 on your tracking sheet. Chairman Powell, did I hear you ask a question?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. apparently I don't know how to use this Zoom very well. I just go to the mute, unmute, and raising my hand. Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Nice to see you dressed up this morning with your traditional bow tie on.
Yeah.
Last year, we had a lot of questions last year about closing down of offices and going virtual. Where y'all stand at on that now as far as how many offices have been transitioned to the virtual offices?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it is always good to see you and hear from you. Right now, we closed 26 offices in amended fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. We currently have 4 additional closures. Actually, 2 would be closures and the other 2 would be consolidations. So that would bring us up to 30 of our offices.
And how is that working out with going to the virtual offices?
Well, I'll tell you, sir, it's exceeding expectations. We look at our numbers and our caseloads and our interactions with those under our supervisions, and it continues to exceed the minimum standards. I'll tell you the other thing, Mr. Chairman, that I think it has done more than anything. We have a very low turnover rate. Right now, we're at about 12%. We're projecting to go about 10%. And one of the biggest things when we embarked on employee engagement study about 3 years ago, the biggest things officers will say is they have the flexibility to do their job, to work remotely. They save time going to and from offices, getting vehicles, going out into the field, and that time equates more interaction with supervised offenders.
Good. I want to thank your men and the women that work in the department, because they've certainly got a tougher job of monitoring these folks in a community-based setting. What has been the COVID rate among your officers?
I'm sorry, again, sir.
What's been the COVID rate among our officers?
We're looking like right now for those that are positive for COVID. Is that your question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Right now, we have 26 employees that are in quarantine. That's about as high as it has been. I can remember when it would be 8 and then it would move to 22. But quite frankly, when you're talking about interacting and dealing with over 200,000 offenders, I am very pleased that it is not higher. Our staff did a great job in exercising protocols. But one of the things they also did, they took responsibility to share with those under our supervision the importance of exercising safety protocols. So I think one case is too high, but I think with men and women of 1,800 in our workforce, that 26, I'm glad it is not much higher. And quite frankly, I'm surprised it isn't much higher.
Well, certainly my thanks. I have a warm spot for your department over there because it took us years to get a unified division going.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any general legislation that would help your department in the supervision field? Do y'all have any wish list for general legislation to give them any further authority that they would need for this year?
We do not, sir. As a matter of fact, we continue the biggest challenge and struggle we have is the sheer numbers, just the number of folks under our supervision. But beyond that, we're continuing to work internally to reduce that, to prioritize our cases. But right now we have no legislative ask, but I certainly appreciate you making that inquiry.
Thank you so much and appreciate the good job y'all are doing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And Chairman Powell, I don't know anything about a raised hand, and I don't see anything on here. So if anyone has a question that I've not mentioned, if you'll put it in the chat box or send me a text or just chime in, I do thank you for that. Any other questions from members of our committee?
I have a question.
Chairman Ballinger.
Of the 53, I know typically speaking, we have bonded whenever there's a big vehicle ask like this. Why isn't this in the bonding package?
Yeah, very, very good question, Chairman Ballinger. And if you allow me, I'm going to yield to our CFO, Olivia Duke, as to the reason this is going to be cash instead of bonds.
Okay.
Hello, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. Traditionally, that is at the discretion of the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. This is something that they have done traditionally in the past. And my understanding is that they probably have higher priority bond funded projects that they needed to fit into the bond package. And as you'll see in other agencies across the budget and the tracking sheet, there are several agencies that have cash funded cars as well in the amended budget this year. And so I think that is just an initiative that that office has taken to cash fund the cars this year versus putting them in the bond. So my apologies that I can't provide you more specific response than that, but that is my understanding.
Okay. I have another question too. Chairman Powell asked how many offices it closed. You had closed 27 offices and 4 additional closures / transitions were going to be happening with 4 more offices, bringing it to 31. Why, obviously offices cost money to run. Why is there no commensurate reduction in the budget with the closing of those offices?
Well, that's exactly what we use to meet our budget reduction.
I don't see a reduction here.
Well, the 14%, the 10% that the governor directed, that's how we met that reduction, was through those office closures.
So there was a 14% reduction is what you're saying?
There was a 10% reduction as directed by the governor last year.
Michael, can I add some additional context?
Sure.
We also I think you're asking specifically about the offices that are in addition to the ones that we closed in amended 20 and 21. Is that your question?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So the reason that they're not reflected in the budget as a reduction, we submitted our budget flat as we were instructed, but we're also generating savings within our operational capacity so that we can fund vacancies that we had to hold as part of our prior budget cuts. So we are generating the savings and efficiencies so that we can fund positions that we had to vacate or we had to offer up as a cut so that we can meet our operational needs internally without having to come forward and ask for additional funding.
So in other words, you cut to spend.
We're reallocating our existing budget to kind of meet our needs. Yes.
Yeah. So you're not really making any cuts.
That's correct. We're just kind of reallocating our existing budget to prioritize where we identify the highest need and where it should be allocated strategically within the agency. So some of those aren't true cuts. We're consolidating. So some of the leases are going to end up being the same cost.
Yeah. So there were no cuts. They were just reallocated.
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
No problem.
Thank you, Chairman Ballinger. Good catch. Any other questions of the committee? Commissioner, thank you for being here. Thank you for answering the questions. And we have one more to go before lunch and a break. It's been fun. Judicial Council, Justice Boggs, are you with us? We're going to look at section 6 in your tracking sheet, page 59, to go before lunch and a break. It's been fun. Judicial Council.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee on the request of Judicial Council for the amended supplemental budget for FY21. I'm always glad to present to this committee and appreciate your leadership and all of the time spent by your members. I have with me today Malia Wilson, who is online. She is the Chief Budget Officer for the Administration of the Court's Judicial Council. I also have Ben Luke, Chief for Technology. I'm always glad to present to this committee. Also here with us is your members and Tracy Mason.
Mr. Justice, could I get you to hold up for just 1 second? I am I'm having a lot of feedback. If you are not presenting, could I have you cut your mic off if you're not presenting? Maybe that will help. Maybe we'll get some IT people to make sure. Let's try it again and see if it might work better now. I apologize for interruption, Justice.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. Is that any better for you? Okay, great. So just to reiterate, I have Malia Wilson, Ben Luke, Stephanie Hines, and Tracy Mason on with us. We also have Chuck Boring, who I'll introduce again in a moment. Just to reacquaint your membership with the Judicial Council budget. As you know, one of my administrative responsibilities at the Supreme Court is to chair the Standing Committee on Budget of the Judicial Council. The Judicial Council consists of a roughly $15 million budget that includes the Administrative Office of the Courts. As you know, your membership knows, the AOC provides administrative support to all the various classes of court. They also administer some grant programs. Chief among those is the Legal Services for Domestic Violence Grant Program, Legal Services for Kinship Care for Families Program. They also provide services and house within that budget the councils of various classes of court, including municipal courts, magistrate court, probate courts, state courts. In addition, that council includes Accountability Courts Council, the ICJE, that is the Institute of Continuing Judicial Education, the Resource Center, and the JQC, the entity charged with governing the conduct of judges in our state. So that budget includes myriad of things that we present every year. We did not include any request in our original AOC or Judicial Council amended FY21 budget. But in later conversations after the submission of our budget request, we had conversations with former Chair Andy Welch and others concerning some COVID-related expenses that we thought might be necessary for continued operations in order to meet demands of COVID. And so we do have two requests that I'd like to bring to the attention of your committee for consideration. The first among those, and they total for both of them, is $97,164. The first is an IT desktop support position. I should inform you that the AOC, not unlike many agencies, has hosted now more than 114 Judicial Council related virtual meetings since March of last year. That is a 650% increase in the demand on technology for support for business. Because of that increased demand in technology, we really need a dedicated desktop support person. Right now, we're sharing two other people that are kind of double teaming that are providing, that is an information security officer and a network administrator are also using their services to provide services for that position. I should note that you all funded this in the past. The total amount of the position would be about a $54,000 salary, but with fringe is an $88,000 annual salary. Because of the problems we had with caseload management and the caseload count projects that we had ongoing in our court, and questions about the integrity and accuracy of the caseload counts. And as your committee knows, those caseload counts that are generated at our circuit court levels are used for determining new judgeships. There was questions about the integrity and accuracy of that information. We moved that funding over to a really more critical need at that time, which was a data specialist to go out into the field and train court staff on how to manage and accurately count these cases. So what we are asking now in the amended budget is a ask of $22,164, which is a quarter of the full amount, annualized amount, for an IT desktop support position, which we'd like to go ahead and hire. That person would be responsible also for technology-related procurement and purchases. They'd be charged with troubleshooting and resolving technical issues, supporting and training users, provisioning and deploying hardware, configuring and deploying software, repairing equipment, and providing interface between end users and IT. And we really think at the AOC that this would really help us in this new COVID world where virtually everything is handled in a virtual format. So request number one, not included in section 6 of your supplemental budget, would be an add of $22,164 for an IT desktop position. The second ask is for $75,000 for the Georgia Courts Registrar. I have cleared this up from a presentation on Wednesday, but your committee should know that is an ongoing request and would be also in our 22 budget. To acquaint your membership with the registrar, you should know that the AOC maintains, not unlike the state bar, a membership database to house records for court professionals such as court reporters interpreters, court neutrals, and process servers. We call that the registrar. That is a paperless, streamlined registration and certification solution, for example, for court reporters. It is similar to the state bar's membership system that allows members of the state bar to renew their licenses online, see their educational credits online, and manage their membership online. These requested funds would be used to upgrade and maintain the registrar to keep records safe and accessible. The application's code base, that is the system that has been developed that is now outdated, is reaching its end of life. Upgrading it is essential to ensuring security and continued support for that system. Leaving the application as is going to really increase, I think, the risk of cyber attacks, as well as the fact that the application will be unsupported on modern web servers. Currently, that registrar contains about 13,095 court professional and 6,186 Office of Dispute Resolution neutral records. So there are almost 20,000 records maintained there. It's important that we have the software upgrade necessary to continue to maintain that information. So we would ask for $75,000 in the amended fiscal year budget, and that is an ongoing request. You should note that really is a business application that was created in-house originally. Ben can speak to that if necessary, but we're continuing to look for other ways to be more affordable to support that application, but this is our current solution. So those are the two requests for the amended budget. I'm happy to take questions on that, but before I leave, because it is within the Judicial Council budget, I know that Chuck Boring has a small request on behalf of the Judicial Qualifications Commission of roughly $28,000. He can explain that, but before I turn it over to him, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer questions of you or the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Justice. Do we have any questions regarding the budget request for the Judicial Council with Justice Boggs? I've got one regarding just a statement. It is pretty unusual that we consider adding positions in the amended. It doesn't happen very often. I understand the need for the dedicated desktop support, but in the past we have, but we're living in a different time. So I just wanted to make that statement that this is a little unusual for us to be considering this, but thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, that's not lost on us. I fully respect and understand that, and we know the historical precedent for that. This is really a COVID-related problem that has been exacerbated and much needed. And ordinarily, you're right, we would not be asking to fund in a supplemental budget a quarter or even a full salary for a new position. But thank you for pointing that out.
Any other questions for Justice Boggs from our committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
To my good friend, you look pretty good. You hadn't aged much since you used to serve on a certain committee in the House a few years ago. So you had awful good training. Your hair is just a lot grayer right now. But
you're right.
I want to ask a question, and it's not related to the budget per se, but to a bigger scope. And that's when the Chief Justice issued his orders back in the spring of the year during the virus. This thing had some reverberating consequences around a lot of the courts, especially the smaller courts. And, you know, in the real world, everybody has had to suffer through this virus and not being able to have meetings and doing things. That's the reason we're sitting here on a Zoom meeting today. But could you give me an idea of what might be going on with a lot of the inferior courts? You know, you and I have had this discussion way back when, that a lot of these inferior courts, from the magistrates to the probate judges, that they had actually stopped having any hearings, whether it was on disposition hearings or anything else. And then in case of the probate courts, we're still getting a lot of comments that probate courts are not opening their doors to do some of the menial tasks that they're required by law, such as the issuing of concealed weapon permits and things like that. But could you tell me what, and I know this hasn't got anything to do why you're here today, but you know, I always ask these kind of questions, but can you give me any feel about what's going on with that? Or is the message getting out to these other courts?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm always glad to be and really really enjoyed my service with you now almost 20 years ago. So Tracy Mason is on, and I can have her speak to it, but just let me give you the brief overview. As you know, the Supreme Court has issued now 10 judicial emergency orders. We're getting ready to issue our 11th judicial emergency order. We've been at various stages of opening and closing and trying to mitigate against really a fluid situation about the number of COVID cases in particular parts of our state. I think the overall tenor of those emergency orders is that we want, to the extent possible, to allow local jurisdictions to take into consideration their resources. I can tell you, former Superior Court judge, and I had 6 cases in my circuit, and there were some courtrooms in those circuits that, frankly, you could not socially distance in. And so it is important that we allow jurisdictions to take into consideration not only the incidences of positive COVID tests, the problems that they might have in their particularized courthouses. I mean, you mentioned probate courts, for example. As you well know, committee knows, if I'm not mistaken, we've had at least 3 probate court judges that have passed of COVID since March, including one in my former circuit down in Brantley County, Georgia. So courts are continually, we are really proud, on behalf of the chief when I say this, I think we're really proud that our lower courts, inferior courts have stepped up where possible and tried to keep the work of the courts ongoing during these very challenging times, recognizing that the challenges are different in different parts of the state based on resources and so forth. So I know that you and I have talked particularly about the need for justice, right? The need for some of these courts to continue to operate. We're contemplating and trying to figure out, what do we do with jury trials? Unfortunately, jury trials are a little different, as you know, Mr. Chairman, that we compel citizens to come to court and make them sit through jury selection and make them sit through a jury trial. And that's markedly different than requiring lawyers to come to court, which sometimes can be required too. So it is a very challenging time. We are not unaware of the needs of the inferior courts to handle the people's business, and we're keeping very close eye on that. And so one of the ways we ensure that they're doing that is through meetings of the Judicial Council that have been happening on a weekly basis since March. And Tracy Mason has been a very significant part of that. And she's ensured that the message has been spread to the inferior courts that, to the extent possible, that you take care of these essential services and that you make sure that you handle things remotely where possible. And I know that judges across the state have been doing that, and we're really proud of the work that those courts are doing to make sure that the people's business is tended to. So, long answer to your question, Mr. Chairman, but it is a very, very good question, and it is a question that we're all dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question. Now let's turn to Mr. Boring with the JQC.
Good afternoon, everyone. I realize I am the last thing standing between you and the lunch hour, and the longer I talk, the less likely I will get favorable treatment from the subcommittee. So I'll get to the point. We are asking for $28,000 in additional funds for our budget. Just to nutshell it, our budget right now as it stands is $798,000. Over the last several years, it has been about $826,000. For fiscal year 2020, we operated on an $866,000 budget. As with Justice Boggs, with the amended fiscal year, we did not ask for any additional funds initially, wanting to see how the rest of the year played out and how our operations went forward. I spoke with Representative Welch, and then as of yesterday, spoke with Representatives Perkle and Hitchens and Brian Groom about our ask. This ask for $28,000 puts us right back at about $826,000, which has been our general budget the last couple of years. The reason for that is that we have had a couple of, well, first of all, our workload remarkably has been increased with the pandemic over this past year. And I know Justice Boggs spoke to a lot of the issues with courts dealing with the pandemic and these novel situations that we've been intimately involved in trying to assist the judiciary in those types of issues from an ethics standpoint. Additionally, this year, many of you may not know, now I'm almost 1 year into this job. Last year I came before you, I was about 1 or 2 months into this job. So I know a little bit more about what it takes to do this job. We have had a couple of investigations of that are public and some that are non-public over the past year that have been unprecedented within our agency as far as manpower and the necessity to consult outside experts regarding issues like forensic accounting and that type of thing. So the totality of it is that, we're making this additional request for assistance with litigation, investigation, and the fees and retaining experts in the fields of our investigations. So I'll leave the rest of my pitch and, cry poor during the big budget hearings. We do operate, I will just say, I've been active over the past year looking at other disciplinary commissions and how they operate, the resources they have. And I can tell you, and I'll tell you in more detail at the next point, that, we're operating very efficiently compared to other states as far as a budget and resources level. When I took over, I was supposed to get a pay increase with 90 days in. I have foregone that just to let you all know I am sacrificing myself. I'm not just sitting here, saying, hey, we need more money and not dealing with it. I've supposed to have taken a $15,000 or gotten a $15,000 pay bump, but I have foregone that and I will continue to do that. We have also cut our budget regarding salaries as well, and did that before the pandemic additionally. So I say that to just respectfully ask for this amended increase for our budget for this fiscal year. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boring, for that, for your work for the good citizens of the state, and to be a good steward. Any questions for Mr. Boring from members of the committee? Very succinct. Thank you so much.
The lunch hour helped me too. Nobody wants to ask any questions.
So we have somehow managed to stay close to being on time. We're going to break for lunch and we're going to resume exactly promptly at 1 p.m. So we're going to break for just a moment. Thank you. Okay, my clock has 1 o'clock, and I would like to start out apologizing to the committee. I noted I talked to Chairman Powell in the interim. He had his hand raised. I'm not sure how to use that. So if you have a question, and we invite your questions about this important part of our budget process, would you please chime in? We'll try and run it that way. I'm going to try and look through the chats. If you have something that you would like to ask, I will try to keep up with those. I noticed on our chat feature that Representative Bruce had mentioned that Hank Aaron passed away today. 755, such a great ambassador, wonderful guy. Those of you that I know on this Zoom meeting that knew him, have got a piece of their heart gone now. And I'd like for us to pause for just a moment in just remembrance of this great man to our state. Okay. He will be sorely missed. First on our agenda now is General Carden with Department of Defense, Section 20 in your tracking sheet. General Carden.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perkle. Thank you all in the committee for allowing me to give you an update and give you an outline of where we're at. You'll notice ours is pretty simple and straightforward. It's a flat budget. We're certainly grateful for that the governor submitted it in the way that he did. It comes to $10.9 million. As you can see, there are 3 line items there from 20.1 to 20.3. Basically the administrative piece of Georgia DOD, our military readiness account, and obviously our 2 youth challenge campuses and youth services and the job challenge. Again, we're very happy and pleased with where we're at. We feel like we can do our mission with that allocation. Just a couple of thank yous with respect to, and I know it's not in the purview of this committee, but the Georgia Student Finance Commission Service Councilable loan allocated to us, members of our organization under that program, $954,000 last year. That certainly helps us with recruiting and retention and sort of incentivizes the behavior of what we're looking for in our organization, more professional, more educated, more committed service members. So we certainly appreciate your support. The only other thing I'd point out on here, if you'll take a look at the federal match here, almost $123 million that this $10.9 million allocation brings to the state. What you don't see on here is the additional federal dollars that come to the state because you have a National Guard. So this year, if you add in COVID, I think you'll see federal dollars when this all said and done come to the state of Georgia be well in excess of $600 million that come to the state of Georgia from your federal tax dollars coming back here to enable your National Guard to do our primary mission, which is to be the primary combat reserve of the United States Army and the United States Air Force. Obviously, a secondary mission is to support our teammates at home. As you've seen of late with the Georgia Department of Public Safety there, protecting state infrastructure, the Capitol where you all work. We also, other missions we've done with respect to COVID. I know y'all are very familiar with that, but just in terms of return on investment, I want you to have a little bit of a purview of what we do. So as of today, we have more than 1,200 Georgia Guardsmen protecting infrastructure in Washington, D.C. Now, we're just processing 100 off state active duty that were helping the Capitol Police and the State Patrol, again, secure the Capitol. We have 383 service members today, 100% funded as of yesterday with the president's executive order in the COVID response. And we've been on those orders for a very long time. And I was glad to see the president funding us at 100% for that. Great cost savings to the state. We have hundreds in a federal status securing the southwest border of the United States, and we are engaged physically on the ground with members of your Georgia Guard and 6 out of 6 geographic combatant commands around the world. So I know I'm a little bit biased, having done this for almost 35 years. I'm pretty proud of the team. I think we give you a pretty good return on your investment. I'm ready to answer any questions, and we're just honored to serve you. Over.
Thank you, General. That is, we allocated 10 minutes for you because, not because of there's any change in the budget. We knew that was going to take 10 seconds. But we wanted an opportunity for you to mention what our men and women and what you do for the people of the state of Georgia and for the United States. And just to mention some of those missions that you are involved in. And I am so thankful for your mission, for your work, and for your service to this great state. So I'm going to open it up for questions from the committee.
Thank you, sir. We'll pass that on to the team, the men and women in the formation. They do all the hard work, and I'm their senior servant. We're just honored to be here before the committee. Look forward to answering any questions, sir.
Okay, committee members, do you have a question, comment for General Cardin?
Yes, sir. This is Al Williams.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
All right, General, always good to see you. Good to have you here.
Thank you, sir. Good to hear from you.
Most of all, thank you for what you all have done during the coronavirus, and also thank you for what you've done here in protecting our capital. But what I'd like to say first is certainly for those that are not aware, and I know you are, we extend our deepest sympathy to General Neal, who lost his mother, Reggie Neal, who is now a Major General, and proud to say his mother and he are cousins of mine. But if you would not mind, I know with the virus we had some hiccups, but can you bring us up to date on the latest on Youth Challenge? You know, that's one of my first loves.
Sir, the Youth Challenge program continues to go well. As you know, when we got into a tight budget environment, we had to obviously close down the Milledgeville campus, not something we wanted to do or were proud of, but we had to do that. The two campuses we have remaining at Fort Gordon and Fort Stewart continue to do a great job of providing those important second chances to young men and women across our state. The Fort Stewart campus just started another class. We've been able to keep our classes going. We've had to make some modifications to keep them in accordance with CDC guidelines. But we're not hiding from this thing. We're working it really hard. We've had great output and outcomes with respect to managing the coronavirus while continuing to make sure those young people had an opportunity. We're meeting our budget targets. We recently had an inspection from National Guard Bureau on those campuses, and no major deficiencies were noted during that inspection. You know, always some things we can change, and we're a learning organization, always things we can do better. But overall, they're very pleased with what they saw on our campuses, very pleased with our output and what we're doing for the young men and women in the state of Georgia. If you got any specific concerns or questions, I'm happy to do that. I do appreciate you recognizing and sharing your condolences with respect to General Neal's mother. As you know, he represents us with the U.S. Army Indo-Pacific out in Hawaii, and doing a tremendous job for the team. And I've served with him for almost 3 decades, and there's not a better teammate on the planet than Major General Neal.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Powell.
Thank you. I noticed since lunchtime, you noticed that I now have learned how to put my face up here. So if it doesn't scare y'all, I don't know what will.
It does. Go back to the old way.
You can thank Justice Boggs for telling me to go to the video and put that on, and that way it shows the hand being raised also. General, thank you so much. Did I understand you to say a minute ago that we have 100 of our troops that are serving down on the southwest border?
Hundreds, plural, sir. We have 2 companies, the 1230th Transportation Company out of Thomasville is serving down there, and the 1177th or 177th Engineer Company that's stationed at Charlie Brown Airfield here in Atlanta. Those 2 units right on the southwest border. In addition to that, my former Commanding General for the Georgia Army Guard, Major General Randall Simmons, he is the commander of Joint Task Force North, and he commands that mission in a Title 10 status as in a federal capacity. and he integrates resources from National Guard formations across the country to help secure our southwest border. Yes, sir.
I might ask, with the new change of the administration and the possible changes that we're hearing through executive order and all, have y'all received any information as yet if that's going to continue to be an area of service for our guardsmen?
Sir, we haven't received any change of mission instructions before or after the change in the administration. And obviously we're in the business of doing what we're told, and we're standing by for any change of mission we might get on that, but we're still there. We're doing the same thing today we were doing this time last week.
Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all's service and of all the men and women that are so diligent and faithful to this state and to the nation.
Yes, sir. I'll pass that on to him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Powell, and Representative Williams. Thank you for bringing that up about the youth challenge. That was actually on my notes, and I hadn't got to them. I love talking about things that are bang for buck and bring a good value to the citizens of the state, and the discipline and helping youth find their way is right at the top of the list. And I thank you for your influence in that. I've got a question from Chairman Belton. He wanted to ask if we would talk about the fact that the new Secretary of Defense is from Georgia.
Sir, is that question directed to me or?
I think so. That was from Chairman Belton.
Well, you know, General Austin, you know, a native of Thomasville, you know, he obviously did a whole lot in the United States Army through almost 4 decades of service. And we're all, you know, I'm excited to see, you know, a leader with that sort of acumen, particularly being a Georgia native. You know, we're always, if you're not proud of the home team, I don't know what to say for you. But we're certainly proud of him and look forward to seeing him do great things in our department out there. And again, just very happy to see a Georgia native do so well for our nation and represent our state so well.
Well, thank you, General Carter.
If I might add, Chairman, if I might add, General Austin started with his first star down here at Fort Stewart as Deputy Commander for Maneuvers. And certainly it's going to be important when Bragg comes, it does help for somebody to know where we're talking about.
Okay. Thank you, General. Any other questions from members of the committee? General, I thank you for your service. You're so kind to be with us, and thank you.
Thank you all very, very much. It's always an honor.
Okay, GBI, Director Reynolds, Section 30 on your tracking sheet. Director Reynolds, you with us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay, Mr.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I'll be relatively brief, and then I'll make myself available if you have any questions. But first of all, thank you for the opportunity. And let me just take a moment on behalf of the men and women of the Bureau to thank this committee and the folks who all serve here. They've been very supportive of this agency around the state. It's been a really challenging, interesting year this year for the GBI, beginning right off the bat with the circumstances in Brunswick, and then all the way up and through the election process. But you all have supported us around the state, and the folks here really appreciate that. So thank you. 2 items in the amended FY21 budget, as you can tell under 30.4.1. The first item concerns itself with the one-time funding of replacement vehicles. Specifically, that includes 70 vehicles for the investigative division. Those run at $46,500 each. That's the major portion of that particular allocation. There's also a request to replace 6 bomb squad vehicles. They run $67,000 each. And the last vehicles concern the refurbishing the chassis of 6 crime scene trucks around the state, and that runs at $85,000 each. And so under that first item, that's what it consists of, is those vehicles around the state. And again, that's spread out all over Georgia, depending on where that need is. And I'll do the second item, Mr. Chair, if that's all right, then I'll make myself available for questions. The second item is also a one-time funding request regarding the implementation of the second phase of the statewide criminal gang database. Some of you may remember that back in 2010, the legislature passed law allowing the forming of a statewide gang database, and that was not really taken on until we started the latter part of 19 and the early part of 20 in developing a statewide gang database that's of no cost to any of the users and law enforcement around the state. We implemented phase one. What that was is a query-only system, and by that I mean if you were a partner with us and into that system and you've been trained on it, you could query it and find out, for example, if you were in Muskogee County working a potential gang case, whether or not that individual had other cases or other investigations throughout the state of Georgia, and then connect those two gang investigators. Phase two, which is what the system is ready for now, would be the actual permission for the users to implement or to input their own information. So for example, if you're in Truitland County or Lowndes County or wherever you may be and you're part of this database, as soon as we get phase two up and operating, then you'll be able to input your information about gang investigations that you're doing, as long as it meets the criteria of what we have established for the database. And so those are the two items that we're requesting funding for concerning FY21. I'll certainly make myself available, Mr. Chair, or I can talk about some other great things I think the Bureau's done this year. But if there's any questions, I'd certainly would be more than happy to address those if I could.
Chairman Powell, is your hand raised, or is that from the last one?
I'm sorry, let me take it down.
So, Director, I do have a question
Yes,
while we're on the subject of your budget. There was a lot of discussion during the full budget meeting regarding the forensic services.
Yes, sir.
And I know last year you had, in your testimony before us, you had talked about the things that we can do and your desire. And I've heard you say it twice. And it has to do with, we want to make I was trying to find my notes to get your exact quote, the best investigative agency in the United States. Not the second best. I think I've heard you say that before. Not the second best, but the absolute best. We have great investigative work, and I would love for you to be able to talk about the forensics, especially we talked about the crime lab, and I know Representative Holcomb is on here on the call, and the cases that you've worked and you've done a great job of. One concern that we have that I have heard expressed through that hearing this week, it has to do with medical examiner. And is there anything that you could speak to regarding that with forensics? I know we have done, you have done yeoman's work in catching up the backlog. It's tremendously what you've done. But I'd love to hear what you think we need to focus our resources on in order to get this, the forensics part, take care of the backlog and going forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that opportunity. I will tell you that at this time last year, some of you may recall when I appeared in front of this committee and the full Appropriations Committee, we were somewhere between 44 to 45,000 cases backlogged in the crime lab. I was very candid with the new crime lab director, and I told him, that we've got to do something about that. The legislature, you folks really stepped up and assisted us in that regard, allowing us to bring on new scientists, but even more than that, allowing us to think outside the box some and start outsourcing some of the cases. The backlog in the lab, 87% of the backlog, pardon me, is in two areas. 62% of the backlog is in one area, that's drug identification. 25% of that backlog is in forensic biology, which is DNA, which Representative Holcomb has been very, very instrumental and concerned about, and that includes the sexual assault kits, which is part of that DNA. So what we decided to do and made a concerted effort is, we've got to get those numbers pushed down. I'm happy to tell you today, this time last year, we were between 44 and 45 and actually got up close to 46 at one time. Today, we're at 24,000. and some change. And so we pushed that down some 20,000 in the course of a little over a year by directing and doing things a little bit differently, and not only outsourcing, but going back and looking at cases and deciding whether or not we need to have those in the lab and what we should be doing with those. I was sharing with Representative Holcomb offline that as happy as I am, as pleased as I am, and as proud as I am of the work they've done in the lab, pushing those numbers down, we're still not where we need to be, and we need to continue working downward. The sexual assault kit numbers, I'm not pleased with where we're at on that. And some of that's a little bit out of our control. We were granted a $1.3 million federal grant to help push out DNA cases for outsourcing. The 2 labs we reached out to contract with, one of them in the end did not meet the very high standards we have here at the GBI Crime Lab. The second lab, literally right at the end of the processing period, pulled out of it and said, we're not going to do DNA anymore. And so we went back to square one, and we sent out rebids to 7 new labs. 2 of those now have come back to us with situations where we believe we can work contractually with them. So we're hoping, as I explained to Representative Holcomb offline, to begin pushing additional cases outsourced. I'm also very pleased to tell you that based on your funding, we're bringing on 14 new scientists. They're in the very end of the background investigation. And so we're doing the very last steps to get them ready to bring on. Out of the 14, we're going to put 12 of those in DNA and forensic biology. And so I'm convinced that if I'm blessed enough to be sitting here next year, whomever is sitting here, they'll be able to tell you that the sexual assault kit numbers are pushed downward. That's my goal, and I think we can do that. Regarding the medical examiners, that's probably the top issue in the forensic science, or the lab part, that I'm concerned about, Mr. Chair. We have some openings now. We have 3 openings in the medical examiner staff that we've got to find doctors. The dilemma we've run into, and we're not the only ones, we run into it nationwide, is there's about 540 or so board certified forensic pathologists in the United States. There are about 1,200 jobs. And so the numbers just don't work. And so everybody struggles to find those doctors. And what we have to do, if we can, is we have to be able to, in this state, offer something a little bit more than we're offering now. Obviously, the easiest thing is I'll pay these doctors more money. And I'm not going to tell you a story. I want to do that. And we have to do things on our end as well. We have to be able to recruit them, and we're developing relationships with Emory. Emory Medical School was at the lab a month or so ago. We're working with them to develop a pipeline from Emory to us. We're working with Mercer Medical School as well, with Augusta, and going to reach out to Morehouse Medical School too. So we're doing all we can do, but I don't want to mislead you or this committee. That's probably my top concern with the Department of Forensic Sciences now, is where we stand on the medical examiners.
Well, thank you so much for your candor to let us know exactly where the number one priority is. And any other questions from the committee? Well, hearing none, and I don't see any hands raised. Director Reynolds, thank you for your time. Thank you for what you're doing in the state and the efficient job that you're doing for our taxpayers as well.
Thank you, sir.
So now let's flip over to the State Board of Pardons and Paroles, Section 35. That we have the Executive Director here with us.
Yes, sir. Chairman, this is Chris Barnett, Executive Director for the State Board of Pardons and Paroles. I want to thank you and the other committee members for allowing us to be here today in this virtual environment to talk a little bit about parole. Let me first start off by introducing, to my left, your right, our CFO for the agency, Kristen Kinney. And so she's going to punch me if I say anything wrong. But as you stated, our amended FY21 budget begins on page 15 of your tracking sheet, section 35. We only have one change in the amended 21 budget, and that's line item 35.2.1. And that is the addition of one-time funds in the amount of $405,000 to purchase and equip 16 vehicles. Now, I do believe it's important to note that these are replacement vehicles, not new or additional vehicles to our fleet. These funds will actually allow us to replace vehicles that we're currently leasing, which OPB and our agency have confirmed it's far cheaper to purchase a vehicle than enter into a long-term lease, and even more so than paying mileage to employees to use their personal vehicles. Vehicles are essential to supporting the mission of the State Board of Pardons and Paroles. These are the tools that our post-certified officers use to conduct field investigations across the state, to hold violation hearings throughout the state, conduct inmate interviews at every facility in the state, provide direct consumer services, administer and attend training, execute extraditions, participate in joint task force operations, serve warrants, hold security details, and of various other agency activities. So these really are crucial to the work that we do as a board. In all total, that will bring our total appropriations for FY21 to $16,955,100. And that will conclude our presentation, and we'll stand by for any questions you or the committee may have.
Thank you so much. I will point out, as Chairman Ballinger had mentioned before, in years past, we had done a bond package for vehicle purchase, but the decision was made this time for cash, basically out of the budget for these, and that's why we're seeing them here rather than in our general obligation bonds. So
Yes,
from the committee members, do you have any questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you. Superior Court judges. This will be on your tracking sheet, section 9 in the governor's book. It is page 74. So section 9, page 74. Do we have the judges for the Superior Court? There we go. I do see.
Yes, sir. My name is Wade Padgett. I'm the president-elect and therefore the unfortunate soul who has to deal with budget issues on behalf of the Council Superior Court judges. We have some of our other folks here online with us as well. Mr. Chairman, we had a presentation a couple of days ago to the joint meeting, and so I'm not going to rehash all of that again. What I am going to do is focus solely on the FY21 amended budget and just reiterate that the first item that we have, and I have two different versions, so apologize if I'm a little sloppy in how I'm handling this. I think it's under section 9.2 actually. That is where we have our funds for judicial administrative districts. It's a part of making what everybody feared was going to be a dramatic cut slash during the last budget session.
And he's been completely pardoned of everything unconditionally.
I got muted. Somebody else was talking about a pardon, so I didn't know.
I apologize for that. Go ahead.
That's okay.
I think we got it squared away.
So the judicial districts, we have 10 of them across the state, and they were slashed to about 70%. They lost about 70% of the operating budget. And they are the people that provide the basic backbone support for the vast majority of our judges throughout the state. At places, they provide pads and pens and paper. And other places, they help with computers or construction of courthouses or things of that nature. And the amount of $46,518 is just the quarterly amount, basically what is left of this fiscal year, of restoring a little bit of that 11.22% overall budget cut that we had to do to meet the expectations of the COVID cut. Under 9.1, which I guess I have my copy of that governor's budget has line numbers on it. So between 207 and 208, the Superior Court Judges Program, we're going to be giving back some money that had already been used to create new judgeships, about $30,000 worth. But then we are asking that you fund a portion of the senior judge money that we had to reduce to meet the COVID expectations. This is only going to reflect a quarter's worth, because that's about what we have left of the year, of what we would be able to use for just a few senior judge days for each Superior Court judge. What they do in some circuits, they are there every day handling the day-to-day so that judges can handle the trials and whatnot. In other places, they are the ones, the judges that come in and handle either a recurring calendar. Sometimes they handle cases where the judges have conflicts. Sometimes they handle cases in which the judges can't get to them timely enough, and so they'll assign a senior judge to handle that case or cases. But those are the senior judge usage is going to be really important because we have a very talented bench, as they might say in football or basketball, that we can utilize to work through this backlog that we anticipate. And then last but not least, we have a third component of our budget, which is what we call CSCJ office or CSCJ staff. They're not asking for any changes in the amended FY21 amended budget. So having said that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody may have of me or our division.
I would like to thank you for, Judge, for the candor there again with your explanation for the need for this senior judge. It actually is the answer to a question I'd asked in an earlier presentation about what we can do to the backlog that might be on the horizon, that we know is on the horizon. And my understanding is that the senior judges can do some of the, for lack of a better term, some of the low-hanging fruit to go ahead and knock those out and reduce the case backlog by a significant number in a shortest amount of time.
It almost gives us a 2-for-1 benefit. Like, for example, if you called a calendar and you said, okay, I have 30 cases on the calendar and 20 would like to plead guilty, but I need to try these. I could be trying the cases while the senior judge is at the simultaneously sentencing those people who want to plead guilty. I mean, they have that training and experience. We don't have to send them to any classes. We don't have to get anything new from them. They're there and ready to work, and we can use them. And I'll tell you, across the state, we could really use them.
Thank you, Judge Padgett. Do I have any questions from members of the committee? I'm trying to go down my list to be diligent to make sure I don't miss anyone. I don't see anyone. Judge Padgett, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
Okay. Okay, we're moving right along. We have the Department of Public Safety, Colonel Wright, section 39 in your tracking sheet. Let's see if Colonel Wright, there I see him at the bottom of the screen. Colonel Wright, it's on you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, good to see all of you today. Thank y'all for your time today. We appreciate the opportunity to be with y'all again. Before we get started, I'd just like to introduce the individuals that are with me this morning or this afternoon. Lieutenant Colonel Stallings is with me. Major Mark Perry is with me, and also our Chief Financial Officer, Comptroller, Miss Lori Smith. Mr. Chairman, if you'll just, as you said, refer to line 39.4.1 and our field offices and services. We support the governor's recommendation increase of $12.3 million for 321 vehicles for the amended fiscal year 2021. And that's the only line item that we have this morning. I'll be glad to take any questions that the committee may have.
Colonel, if you wouldn't mind speaking to the new format that we're looking at with the trooper school, going up to a 100 trooper school versus the smaller number we had before.
Sure. Yes, sir. So what we've been doing in the past is conducting 3 trooper schools for the year, and they would be 50-man schools. And what we were seeing is that we were exhausting our training staff and exhausting our FTOs. And so this is going to provide them an opportunity to sort of catch their breath in between the schools, reevaluate what was done in each school. And it also gives the FTOs an opportunity to sort of hit that reset button as well. So we're not overtasking and overworking those individuals that are conducting those schools.
Thank you for that. Any questions from the committee?
Yes, sir. I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You woke me up this morning, so I don't want to disappoint you. Colonel, it's good to see you. Thank you all for all that you have been doing and what you're going to do. But I remember doing the full Appropriations Committee hearing. We talked about full strength. I'd asked a question, and based on where you are now and what you said would possibly be a full strength number, you're 70-some%. I know that this is not a good time, but at some point, would you just supply some figures as to what the anticipated cost would be to get to full strength? And if not at full strength, then half of where you indicated. And secondly, to give some idea, we were generous with the State Patrol not too long ago in some pay raises, but for the entire department, let's talk about where you see us going and where we could be, because I know there's been some competition in some higher paying departments pulling troopers. And I asked the question of another department. I'd like to know, in your turnover, what is your cost? You don't have to do this today, but what is your turnover cost when you lose troopers with the amount you have invested in training them? I know that's a long question, one part statement, part question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Representative Williams. Well, there's never a day that we're not recruiting within our agency. And as you clearly stated, it is very difficult to recruit right now. And the profession is certainly very competitive, because whether you're with a 5-man department or a 5,000-man department, everybody is trying to recruit and having that same difficulty in acquiring new recruits and retaining them. So it's a constant issue for us, and money certainly helps with that, but the retention piece and the recruiting piece is definitely something we're just constantly working on. So, you know, we talk about that 860 number strength wise, as far as what we've always been trying to get to as far as budgetary concerns goes. And we're currently at 783 on the trooper side. Since I've been on for 28 years now, we've been trying to get to 1,000 troopers, and we've just not been able to make a lot of headway with that. So one of the things that we're doing within our agency now is we are currently evaluating and looking at the states around us to see how they have adjusted their policies to recruit and retain more employees. So that is something we're working on right now. We've made that adjustment down at training as far as the school itself, to sort of keep those training staff refreshed. And we're also looking at changing some of our tactics in training. And we've done that by, we put a new training staff in place. All of those staff members came from the field, so they know what the concerns and the needs are in the field. And so that's one of the things we've done in training. I'm not sure if I've covered all your questions, Representative Williams, but that's just some of the things that I wanted to talk about initially.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Gunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, I had a question about the vehicles that you're wanting to purchase. Are they all patrol vehicles, or is it a variety of vehicles that you're going to be using?
Yes, sir, they're a variety. Most of them are pursuit patrol rated vehicles, but there is some additional vehicles in there as well. Yes, sir.
All right, and one follow-up is, what's the criteria when you age one out? How many miles on it, that kind of thing? I know you do have accidents that take vehicles out, but when you have one that's been on the road for however long, when do you replace it?
Yes, sir. We're driving the vehicles now to 135,000 miles each.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, I will issue my congratulations. Hadn't had a chance to talk to you since your ascension to the chain of command, and my heartiest congratulations to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Had a question, and Brother Williams asked several of them about trying to bring our troop numbers back up, because it's probably more important now than it ever has been. But on your going back to your training schools, one of the problems that we saw in past years was every time we had a trooper school that the numbers diminished, quite frankly, of the candidates. How are y'all getting along with that as far as those who sign up and the ones that get washed out earlier? What's the numbers, can you tell me, of recent trooper schools that actually finished the drill?
Yes, we've got a school that's in now. That school currently has 54 cadets in it. It started with 92 is what we started with, and we're at 54 right now. And we lose a lot of those on the front end, because what we find is some of these cadets, they come in and I'll just be quite honest with you, a lot of the kids that we're recruiting, unfortunately at times, they don't have any real life and real world experience. And when they get to us, it's a little bit of a shock to them. So we lose a lot of them initially, and then we start to see.
Lost you.
Yeah, we lost you.
They lost us.
Colonel, how about try that one more time?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Better, yes.
So I don't know if y'all heard me or not, Mr. Chairman, but we have a class now that's currently in that has 54 cadets in it. And I was just stating that a lot of these younger individuals that we see coming into to the class, they just don't have a lot of real world experience. And sometimes it's quite a bit of a culture shock to them when they come to our academy.
Could you give me an idea that if you start in past years, when we started with a contingent, whatever the numbers were, had so many washed out, but general idea, are we losing half or 2/3? At one time we were losing as many as 2/3 plus.
Yes, sir. It's through the last few schools, we've seen an attrition rate anywhere between 22 and upwards of 70% in some of those classes. But like I was mentioning a few minutes ago, one of the things we've done is we have a new command staff in place. We thought it was important that we have a training staff in place that is in line with what our goals are and what our vision is for the future of the patrol. And we've done that. We've made some adjustments down there now.
Very good. And also, I'd like to footnote to that, we'd like to tell you how pleased we are that your new post commander up there in Stevens County that works that area, great guy.
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
Thank you for that, Colonel. Now, you mentioned that we have 783 right now. Is that just state patrol troopers, or does that include the motor carrier compliance?
That's just on our GSP side. That's just troopers. We have about 240 motor carrier officers.
Is that up or down? It looked like we've got motor carrier folks all over in my neck of the woods. Are we struggling to find people there, or are we just? It looks like we got a bunch of them.
Yes, sir. We're maintaining that level. We're just a little bit low at the moment, but they're certainly. They're stabilized a lot better than the trooper side for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from committee members? Representative Gunter, do you have your hand raised again, or is that from before?
No, I have it raised again. Colonel, I was wondering, are you losing personnel due to the current environment that we have in this country with law enforcement? Is that part of the?
It is. There's no doubt that has been a deciding factor on people to join this profession and leave this profession. We have seen an uptick in retirements in 2020. And a lot of it has been specifically related to the environment that we've seen. The anti-police environment has not done well for us over the last few months.
And is it affecting the quality of your applicants?
I don't know that it's affecting the quality of it, but it certainly affects the number of applicants that we see submit applications. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from our committee? Colonel Wright, I want to thank you for being with us and for what you do for our state, keeping us safe on the roads and working accidents, and thankless often, but today we thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. This is 39.8. It's on basically the same tracking sheet. Is the Executive Director Ayers with us? Are you presenting on this?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I am.
Okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. The budget for the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council for the FY 2021 amended budget can be found on page 52, section 39.8. The post budget is set at $3,870,669. Section 39.8.1 reflects an additional increase of $275,000 to cover the cost of the mandatory training for newly elected sheriffs. This money is provided directly to the Georgia Sheriff's Association and is not included in the post-operational budget. However, the budget does reflect these funds and as being part of the post budget, which brings the post budget to $4,145,669. That would be the only change in our budget for the FY 2021 amended budget, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. The $275,000. This is it's mandatory training for new sheriffs. Yes, sir. The actual cost of that? It's just a round number, and that's a little perhaps unusual to have just a round number. Did we have a lot of new sheriffs, or is this?
Mr. Chairman, honestly, I have no input in that figure.
Okay.
That is worked out through the Sheriff's Association. We just serve as the funnel by which that money is passed through.
Okay. Is Mr. Norris on the line? Would you mind me asking?
Yes, sir, if you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Did you understand the question that I had? The 275,000 is a round number, which kind of jumps out at me. This is to train new sheriffs, and
Yes, sir. If I may,
yes, sir.
If everyone can hear me, I'm sorry, I'm in the car traveling this afternoon, so I hope everyone can hear me. Yes, sir. We originally budgeted for 50 new sheriffs. We ended up with 36. We were proud not to have 50, to be honest with you. Our original budget request for the 21 budget was a little over 400,000. Once we saw we were back at 36, and due to the restraints of COVID and the precautions we took there, we actually modified our 4-week course. We took it back to 3 weeks in calendar year 2020 at the end of November and December. And we were going to do an additional 1-week training for those 36 in January. Unfortunately, we succumbed in our training to a little bit of a COVID outbreak. So what we ended up doing is suspending 2 days of 3 weeks of training in the end of 2020. And several of the sheriffs that were attending training actually completed less than what the rest of the class did. So what we have done is we have asked the post council to let us yet again modify that training curriculum, which we will talk with post council next week about. So honestly, what we have, I've got a much lower number on this. Our actual number on all expenses for this particular class for 36 newly elected sheriffs is 173, if you want a specific number, $173,982.13.
I'm sorry, I was actually talking on mute, and I apologize for that. Thank you for the information. That is very kind of you. Any other questions from the committee? Hearing none and seeing none, thank you so much for being with us.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The next is the Firefighter Standards and Training Council. It's right above it on 39.7. Is the Executive Director Henderson with us? I'm looking, we're a little bit ahead of time. I'm not sure that he has joined us yet. Let's pause just a second, just a minute or two, and see if, oh, I see him there, right there. No, I don't. Do we have someone else with the Firefighter Standards and Training Council? We are ahead of time, so we're going to give them just a second. Let's pause just a second. All right, Director Henderson, can you try and come it off of the mute? I don't know that I can handle that from here. Alternatively, do you know sign language? I take that being a no.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, sir. That is very good. Thank you.
I got the right button. All right. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank y'all for having us here and letting and at least listening to us. We have basically two requests. One is to for the purchase of replacement vehicles for two of our field representatives at a cost of $48,000 total cost. The other is during the pandemic, we have, and with the shutdown, we have realized one thing that, and we already knew it was coming, but and we've been trying to work to rectify it before now, but the online testing part of our current testing program died, and we've only been able to do written tests, and then the pandemic hit, so we couldn't do written tests at all because we couldn't get together. The only people we were testing were people like if you had a class that had been there together the whole time, we would test that class, but if you had to cross pollinate in any way, we didn't. So we basically had to shut down testing. So online testing is something that we really need to do. And to get what we need is going to cost about $150,000 a year. And so we would like to ask for $150,000 be put in annually to take care of the cost of testing all the firefighters across the state. The initial cost in the adjusted budget for 21 would be probably $75,000 or somewhere in there to get everything set up and testing for the rest of the year. But then next year and for subsequent years would need the $150,000 put in.
What is the testing? I mean, what do you test them on? What is it? It's all the firefighters every year that are tested?
Not all every year. We do approximately 12 to 15,000 tests a year. And that's across, we've got like 29 different certifications that we do, national and state certifications. And so we don't test every firefighter every year, but then we do test every new firefighter when they're coming in. And then there's certain levels as they move up that they test into. And so with the national certifications and with the state certifications that we do, then we do about, like I say, 12 to 15,000 tests a year. We work on about an average of about 13,000 tests. And what, in looking for a replacement and for an online replacement, the only thing we found is a per test charge. And we looked at a thing called Pearson View, and it was $75 a test. We looked at some others that were like $50 a test, and we've pretty well settled on one that will get us in the door for there'll be a nominal fee to set up the program, and then somewhere around $12 a test after that. So, it would be, paid fire departments might not have a lot of issue with paying for the test. Some of them would, some of them wouldn't. But it would be a burden on volunteers to be able to have to pay for the test. So that's the reason we're asking state for the funding.
So the testing software that you have found and what we had, if I'm understanding correctly, died.
Yes, LXR is what we've got now. Now we can still produce paper tests, but what LXR is no longer supporting the program. So as different parts of the programs fail, then we can't, they don't fix it. So what failed was the online part initially, and it's limping along at best. We have got to do something to be able to test, just plain and simple.
So the new system that you are looking at now has a setup fee plus so much per test. And it's not just an annual, it's going to be, 50,000 or 70,000 or 80,000 a year. It's based per test.
It's per test, yes.
Okay.
Now we did look at partnering with the Department of Public Health on a system that they're currently buying. We sat through training with it for the last 2 days, and in the windup, their testing part won't do what we need without them going back and rewriting a bunch of stuff that we would have to pay for to get them to write into the program. So what the system that we're looking at is actually set up for fire departments, and it actually comes from where we buy the test banks now that we use. The public health department test had probably they looked at having a test of like between 30 to 50 question test, where depending on the subject, ours is anywhere from 100 to 200 question tests. And so they couldn't handle the capacity that we need. So we're going to have to go this direction.
Okay. Did I also hear you correctly that you needed 2 vehicles? Is that for a total of 48,000?
What now?
Was that 48,000? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, sir.
2 vehicles for 48,000. I need you to buy some trucks for me for the farm. That seems a little bargain.
Well, what we buy is we buy Ford Escapes, and they're
okay.
They're about $24,000 each.
So in preparation for this hearing today, I have been back and looked at, I had the fortune to go back and look at prior public safety appropriations committees. And we either last year or year before had purchased 2 vehicles for the Georgia Firefighter Standards and Training Council then. Is this 2 additional?
No, we never got to purchase those vehicles. The money was put in the budget, and then they told us not to spend the money not to spend the capital item. So we never bought the vehicle.
Okay, so we didn't buy the vehicles before. Okay.
Yeah, no, we didn't buy the vehicles before. These are to replace the same vehicles.
Okay.
And we've got 4 district rails. The state's divided into 4 districts, and we've got a representative in each district. And and they travel their district.
So along the lines of Representative Gunter's question to the Colonel before, about how many miles are on the vehicles that we're looking at replacing?
Between 180 and 200,000 miles.
Okay.
We don't. I mean, we wear them out before they go. Matter of fact, well, one of the ones that we need to replace, we just spent here a while back $900 on it, and that's more than a car's worth. So.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Hearing none, thank you for being with us on this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Let's turn now to the Office of Highway Safety. In your tracking sheet, that's in 39.10, 39.10. Director Poole, would you happen to be with us? Okay. Director Poole or Deputy Director Sumner, are either one of you on the call for the Office of Highway Safety?
Yeah. Yes, both are here, Deputy Director Jimmy and Director Alan Poole.
Okay, well, good. Well, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can Mr. Chairman, everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you just fine.
Well, listen, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members, for allowing us to come before you and present a concern. Let me bring to your attention, if you look at page 53, the track sheet will be 39.10.1. If you look at those numbers, sir, it's a reduction of about 264,256. It's reduced to the driver education and traveling fund for the amended fiscal year 2021 budget. The track sheet represents the difference in actual funds collected from the Yes, sir. We're here.
You can continue on. We heard you okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, as I was stating, if you look at the 1.5% surcharge on traffic citation for driver's ed, each year the appropriation from a normal budget year.
Let me just do a housekeeping there. If you're not presenting, if you would have your mic turned off, it would really help us and stop the feedback and continue on. You were talking about the adjustment downward on 39.10.1. That has to do with Joshua's Law and bringing down the, and I'm assuming it's because we have less people on the road. If you would explain that fact, why that is below what we anticipated.
So if you look at that reduction, Mr. Chairman, of $264,000 plus, that is a reduction. It would actually prevent us from issuing about 528 scholarships. Each one of those scholarships is about $500 each. So what I'm asking you all to consider, if that amount of money is restored back to the budget, we can continue to provide at least 528 more grants per early drivers each year. As you know, my belief and the belief of the Governor's Office of Highway Safety is to educate and implement effective strategies that can help us reduce injuries and crashes and fatalities on the highway. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention that each $500 scholarship represents a total of about 528 that we will lose if this reduction is not addressed.
Okay, Director, thank you for bringing that to our attention. It was, this is normally just an annual adjustment. It's generally up or down depending on the super speeders. We get a portion of the super speed fine. We've had fewer people on the road. We've had fewer super speeders, and therefore we have less money allocated under Joshua's Law for youth driver education. If I am succinctly stating that, Mr. Director.
Yes, sir, you are. And we understand and we appreciate the opportunity, knowing that we've had a less amount of traffic on the highways, and it did inadvertently affect, the number of citations that was written. And we understand the variance of the reduction in the amount that was funded to us.
So could I ask, as part of the Governor's Office of Highway Safety, and we have fewer super speeders, so we have less money for Joshua's Law. I would assume from that we have fewer fatal accidents. Do you have the statistics? I should have asked Colonel Wright before, but I was not thinking about this line item. The statistics for a decrease in fatalities, if we saw that?
Sir, I'm going to defer to the Director of Driver's Ed, Josh Turner, and I'm going to let him speak to that if you will indulge me. Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you. I understand the question you were asking about super speeders specifically and how that reduction applies to the funding. Is that correct?
Well, actually, I was referring to how the super speeders, we have fewer super speeders that were caught last year and fined. Did that directly correlate, positively correlation to a decrease in fatal accidents on the roads? I just hadn't seen the number.
But although
we might just have to catch that answer offline. And it really is not exceedingly relevant to what we're looking at now. It's just a question I had, but I could not hear your answer. So let me ask the committee if there's any additional questions you have about the budget for the 39.10.1 Office of Highway Safety. Hearing none and seeing none, I want to thank you, Director, for being with us. And we will move now to GMA. And section 27.5 in the big book, it's page 186. Georgia Emergency Management. Do we have Director Stallings with us?
Yes, sir. I'm on, having trouble getting my video to come up. So if you can hear me, just maybe we can work through that.
That will work just fine, or you can ask Chairman Powell. He apparently knows how to do it now.
Very good. We are, there we go. Did I come on?
Yes, sir. We can see you.
Very good. You'll have to forgive me. I've had COVID for 2 weeks. And so today is the first day I'm out of the house running a few errands. So we're trying to catch up on a couple things. But first of all, I want to say thank you for taking time and hearing us out. I do have with me on the call today our Deputy Director in charge of our finance and our administration, who was there during the request and the changes of that. That particular budget was before me. I do have an understanding as to exactly what the requests were, but he can talk to them more specific. So if you're good with it, sir, I'd just like to turn it over to him real quick and let him kind of punch through those items.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This is Mark Sexton. Just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes, sir, we can.
All right, super. Thank you. And I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity. And I just want to point out, I'm joining you this afternoon from our COVID-19 alternate care facility at the Georgia World Congress Center. So behind me, you can see some of our equipment that we brought in a kind of a warehouse mode, but currently treating 43 patients here this afternoon. And we've had about 118 patients join us since the 1st of January. So just one of the numerous things GEMA Homeland Security has been up to in the past year that kind of non-standard business for us. So specifically to the budget items, 27.5.1 is increase in funds to account for, as it's listed there, increased workload in the pandemic. We specifically had a few positions that we basically had to reorient and give some additional leadership responsibilities for to meet some of our roles that we were asked to perform during the pandemic response. So those increases on that specific line item are associated to that specific function. And then the second one, 27.5.2, is just specifically related to the retirement of former Director Bryson. When someone spends 38 years working for the state, about the last 12 to 14 of those at a high-level executive position, that has a pretty good impact on the employee retirement system. So those are additional funds that the agency needed to provide into the ERS to support Director Homer Bryson's retirement. Subject to your questions, those are the details for our two line items.
Well, thank y'all for what you do in protecting us in time of need. So hurricanes, tornadoes, pandemic, you're there when we need you, and I do thank you for that. Members, would you have questions here? I don't know who was so kind to you to put you absolutely last on our agenda, but I think our committee members are talked out, or maybe they've listened out. So, or you just did a great job. So thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do to protect us and to be there through good times and bad.
Our pleasure, sir. Thank you.
And to the committee, thank you for your service today. Thank you for attentiveness, for your questions. It is important that we are good stewards of the state's resources. And I thank you for the questions that will make us more efficient and good stewards. After this, Chairman Hitchens is going to lead us on. So our committee is adjourned. Take care.